Chapter 3079. Indeed. Hanju nodded and said, "It is precisely because of this that this old man had to ask you in advance. Buddhist sect is really different from Tao sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a conflict. This conflict was so big that it could actually destroy Buddhist sect. It is not like sword cultivators who can stand side by side with Tao sect. After this war, sword cultivators already have the possibility of suppressing Tao sect. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua himself has sword origin. Of course, he knows that sword cultivators also use spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which coincides with Tao sect. On the other hand, Buddhist sect simply regards spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nothing. Of course, it is different from Tao sect. It is just that this disciple is very curious. How did martial uncle choose? Xiao Hua probed again. Tao sect emphasizes the 3000 great Tao. Buddhist sect also emphasizes that Buddhist Dharma does not help people who are not fated. If you do not understand, this old man will say it is useless. You should take advantage of this period of time to properly think about it. Hanju did not say anything, causing Xiao Hua to feel helpless. After that, Hanju brought Xiao Hua all the way to the south and east. They gradually entered some dangerous foothills and were actually getting closer to the Kuehe Sea. Moreover, Hanju actually flew straight over without using any teleportation formation. Although Xiao Hua was very calm in his heart, his face revealed a puzzled expression. One day, just as they secretly flew over a city, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, Meng country. This disciple has also come here when training in the past. Even the Kuehe Sea, this disciple has also been there. But I have never encountered any Buddhist sect ruins. How did you discover these Buddhist sect ruins?" If Buddhist sect ruins can be easily discovered by others, can they still be called Buddhist sect ruins? Hanju sneered and said, "Back then, this old man accidentally obtained the Golden Swan rune. I thought it was a supreme secret manual for Tao cultivation. I practiced it bitterly behind everyone's back. When I had some small success, I had another opportunity. Only then did I understand that this Golden Swan rune was actually Buddhist sect. It is a great enemy of my Tao sect. And that opportunity led this old man to explore the Buddhist sect ruins for the first time. From there, I obtained many benefits. Of course, these benefits are only secondary. The most important thing is that this old man knows what I am, what I want to do. At the same time, I also know that Buddhist sect was not completely destroyed by Tao sect." This. How is this possible? Xiao Hua said in shock. If they weren't annihilated, why don't we see the Buddhist sect's inheritance? Xiao Hua, don't forget. The Buddhist sect followed the same cultivation path as the Daoist sect. How could they be so easily destroyed by the Daoist sect? If they were killed so easily, would they still be called a Buddhist sect? Reminded Hanju. Xiao Hua still didn't understand and shook his head slightly. Not to mention that you don't understand it now, even I didn't understand it back then, Hanju said with a smile. However, this matter can't be investigated further. You'll understand once I tell you something. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Xiao Hua liked to ask for advice the most, so he naturally asked immediately. Do you know what it means to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Hanju said with a smile, although the Buddhist sect has been annihilated, their heritage can still become another branch of the Tao sect. It's just that their cultivation is already the same as the Tao sect. Ayo, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua naturally understood. What you mean is that the Buddhist sect hasn't been annihilated. Wrong, the Buddhist sect was annihilated. Hanju shook his head. It's just that their cultivation method was used by the Daoist sect. From another point of view, the Buddhist sect still exists. Then, which sect in Meng country? Xiao Hua looked into the distance and pondered. There are many cultivation families in Meng country. Hanju said with a smile. Many of them used the Daoist sect's cultivation method to cultivate some Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Of course, these cultivation families are extremely small and didn't have any great achievement. However, There is a cultivation sect that borrows a lot from the Buddhist sect in many of their spells and artifact. Chengyi sect. Hearing that there was a cultivation sect, Xiao Hua understood. If there was a large cultivation sect in the direction that the two of them were flying in, it could only be the Chengyi sect. That's right, it's the Chengyi sect. Han Ju nodded. This cultivation sect isn't too far from the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Presumably, they were one of the main forces when the Buddhist sect was annihilated. After the Buddhist sect was annihilated, they also obtained a lot of benefits from the Buddhist sect. That's how they obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The Chengyi sect's disciple, Ji Hong, who died in the Dao Sword War, her magic treasure, from what I see, it should be a Buddhist artifact. Han Ju said again. That skeleton, which sect in our Daoist sect has it? Perhaps. Xiao Hua had never seen Ji Hong's magic treasure, so he naturally didn't dare to say more. Therefore, the Buddhist sect can't be annihilated. The Daoist sect can only deceive themselves when they say that they are the strongest. Han Ju concluded again. Indeed, Xiao Hua heard and nodded inwardly. Although Han Ju mentioned the Buddhist sect and didn't mention Confucian cultivators. From what Xiao Hua knew, whether it was Jinghua City, Tianmen Mountain, or even the Million Meng Mountains, they all seemed to have the faint inheritance of Confucian cultivators. These were all like sparks of fire in a prairie that were extremely difficult to completely extinguish. After flying for more than 10 days, the foothills became even more dangerous. There were more fog, miasma, wind, rain, and ferocious beasts. Seeing that they had arrived at a towering mountain ridge, Han Ju stopped in midair and released his Buddhist sense. After looking for a long time, he rushed in with Xiao Hua and landed in a hidden valley. Han Ju stood on a large rock in the valley and slapped his hand. He took out a thumb-sized Buddhist bead from his storage bag and threw it into the air. His two hands danced as if he was forming a spell, but there was no magic power fluctuation between his hands. On the contrary, a faint Buddhist light was emitted from his hand. Buddhist seal. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand a little. It turned out that this Buddhist seal could also be formed from both hands. It wasn't formed from Buddhist relics as he thought. Following the emergence of the Buddha light, the Buddha beads slowly trembled and absorbed the wisps of Buddha light. Soon after, the Buddha beads gradually expanded and transformed into 3 Buddha statues that were either standing, lying, or sitting cross-legged. Amitabha. Han Ju chanted the name of Buddha and pushed with his hand. The 3 Buddha statues formed by the Buddhist bead flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Whoosh tilde on the stone wall, as the 3 Buddha statues rushed in, a milky white Buddhist light appeared. Faint sounds of Sanskrit could be heard. Lotus platforms that looked like pigeons flew out one after another and bloomed in midair. Let's go tilde Han Ju called out, and he was the first to enter the lotus platform. With a strange bang, the lotus platform quickly spiraled and rushed into the stone wall with Han Ju. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He also stepped on a lotus platform and flew into the stone wall. After the lotus platform, there was a huge stone cave. There were curtains and waterfalls on both sides of the stone cave. The sound was very loud, but it couldn't be heard outside the cave. Xiao Hua looked at the furnishings in the stone cave and asked in a low voice, "Eh? This is the ruins of the Buddhist sect." "Hihi, how could this be the ruins of the Buddhist sect?" Han Ju said with a smile, "This is just where I was lucky enough to find out about the secret of the Buddhist sect." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "But, I know how you feel." Han Ju explained, "In order to awaken your relatives, I need to borrow the power of the Buddhist array in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Entering the ruins of the Buddhist sect is something that I've been planning for many years. Ever since I met you in the early years, I've found 6 more disciples who cultivated the Buddhist sect. Didn't this old man say it before? Each of you has your own path, but before you reach the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you have to make your own choice. After I met you outside the Sky Patrol City, I sent a message to each of them and told them to be prepared. Once the Great War of Sword and Path is over, we will enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect while the Taoist sect cultivators are cleaning up after the war and not paying attention to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This old man has his own fortuitous encounters, And you all have your own fortuitous encounters. Everyone has to be careful with their cultivation. As for entering the ruins of the Buddhist sect in the future, it will depend on your own opportunities. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. Uncle, are you waiting for them to come together? Yes, they have received the news that the Great War of Sword and Path is over, so they should be here soon. However, I didn't tell them this place directly, so I have to go out and pick them up. Or I can send you a message when the time comes, and you can meet up with us. Hanju looked at the stone cave and said, this place is very hidden. If I'm not around, you can use it. Therefore, I don't want them to know about this place. Thank you, Uncle. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He knew that Hanju was taking care of him, so he bowed and thanked him. Well, how's your great strength Vajra Dharma body? Hanju asked casually, but he didn't seem to care too much about it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I've already said that my aptitude is low, so I didn't cultivate the great strength Vajra Dharma body. I haven't made any progress in the past few years. Sigh, this is a little troublesome. Hanju muttered. There's a place in the ruins of the Buddhist sect that specializes in studying the great strength Vajra Dharma body. I thought you would have made some progress. I can't cultivate the great strength Vajra Dharma body, but I still have some strength, if it's possible. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, I've naturally heard of your strength. Hanju said with a smile. I've also seen it at the Feather Immortal Assembly. It's because of this that I wanted to bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. That's good. Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief, and then probed, I presume that Uncle has also cultivated the great strength Vajra Dharma body? Yes, that's true. However, I don't have your innate strength, so I can only call it the Vajra Dharma body. However, if you and I work together, we should be able to break through that place. Hanju didn't hide it, and he looked at Xiao Hua and nodded. Very good. I'll definitely do my best. Xiao Hua smiled. Also, how's your telekinesis cultivation? Hanju asked again. When the 8 of us set up the Buddhist formation, we'll need telekinesis. -11. Chapter 3080. Psychokinesis. Xiao Hua is dumbfounded. Back then, when he controlled the clear water bottle, he also saw psychokinesis mentioned in the Golden Swan text, but how could he cultivate psychokinesis? The exquisite leaf scripture was incomplete to begin with. Perhaps the cultivation of psychokinesis was still within those golden leaves that he didn't know where they were. Ah! You actually don't know psychokinesis? Seeing Xiao Hua's appearance, Hanju is also stunned. He hurriedly says, since you have Buddhist awareness, how can you not have psychokinesis? Martial Uncle Tilda Xiao Hua says helplessly, what's the relationship between psychokinesis and Buddhist awareness? Disciple does indeed have Buddhist awareness, but I have never heard of psychokinesis. Forget it. Tilda Hanju is extremely helpless, even more helpless than when he was helpless to teach Xiao Hua back then. He weakly waves his hand and says dispiritedly, this old man doesn't know what to say to you. The birth of Buddhist awareness is completely different from the birth of my Tao sect's divine sense. You can easily cultivate it. Of course, the level of your Buddhist awareness is extremely low because of your mental cultivation method. But since you can produce Buddhist awareness, why can't you cultivate psychokinesis? That. Martial Uncle, what's psychokinesis? Xiao Hua says with a bitter smile, disciple doesn't know how to produce psychokinesis. Doesn't your Heart Sutra have it? Hanju says somewhat angrily. Disciple doesn't understand. Xiao Hua naturally didn't pay attention to whether or not that Prajna Paramita Heart Sutra had any cultivation method of psychokinesis. He just opened his mouth and said, moreover, what Buddhist array? This disciple doesn't understand it at all. If you have any golden puppet, you can give it to this disciple to comprehend. Alas. Hanju sighs, this old man overestimates you a bit. Back then, when I first saw you at the Taiching sect's Feather Immortal Assembly and sensed your Buddhist awareness, I thought you would definitely be able to help this old man. But, forget it, I won't say any more. As he spoke, Hanju flicked his hand and took out 2 jade slips and handed them to Xiao Hua. One of these is how to cultivate psychokinesis, and the other is a superficial Buddhist formation technique. It was originally given to disciples who don't have Buddhist awareness. Take it and have a look. But you don't have much time. Take a look at the Buddhist array first. After all, when the time comes, we will need to use Buddhist awareness to help this old man. Yes, I understand. Hearing Han Zhu's words, Xiao Hua felt a bit embarrassed. He really didn't cultivate the exquisite Shell Leaf Sutra. All of it was given to the Buddha relic's soul to comprehend. Currently, the Buddha relic only had a second-grade lotus platform. It was still far from a ninth-grade lotus platform. After Xiao Hua took the jade slip, Han Zhu also lost interest in talking to Xiao Hua. He turned around and left the cave, walking away without saying a word. He. Xiao Hua laughed at himself awkwardly. He did not have any complaints in his heart. After all, he still had to rely on Han Zhu to wake up Jiang Liuer. If he offended Han Zhu, he was afraid that Jiang Liuer would never wake up again. Then, Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Liuer again, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his divine sense into the two jade slips. Sure enough, just as Han Zhu said, the Buddhist cultivation method inside was very simple. Xiao Hua only needed to look at it for a while to understand. Although the Buddhist array of the Buddhist sect was different from the array of the Taoist sect, there was no special difference in essence. It was the Buddhist seal and Buddhist weapon that set up the array. With Xiao Hua's level of array formation, he quickly understood. Of course, Han Zhu did not want Xiao Hua to set up the array. He just wanted Xiao Hua to cooperate and borrow his Buddhist awareness. Wouldn't that be simpler? Then, Xiao Hua focused his attention on the generation of psychokinesis. Xiao Hua naturally knew what psychokinesis was. It was the power of belief. However, knowing was one thing, but to give birth to it was another. Starting from nothing had always been the most difficult step. Damn it. Xiao Hua tried for a day. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, but it did not produce a trace of psychokinesis. He shouted fiercely, "This Buddhist weapon can be controlled through the Buddhist seal of the Buddha relic. Why does it have to use psychokinesis? Isn't this the legendary, superfluous act of taking off one's pants to fart?" However, Han Zhu was admittedly a senior of the Buddhist sect. Xiao Hua still did not dare to project his own Buddha relic. He did not believe that the exquisite leaf scripture came from the exquisite pagoda. That kind of cultivation method could be low level. Moreover, Xiao Hua's divine sense was almost catching up to Buddhist awareness under the sun-shrouding art. However, Xiao Hua had just obtained 2 Buddhist mantras, and his Buddhist awareness surpassed the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. How could this kind of cultivation method be low level? I'd better try. Xiao Hua took a breath, calmed his heart, and tried to use psychokinesis step by step. A few days later, Xiao Hua was excitedly manipulating the weak telekinesis he had just produced. Suddenly, his heart surged, and a faint Buddhist light flashed out. At the same time, Han Zhu's somewhat dull voice sounded in his ears, "Xiao Hua, come out. This Buddhist formation doesn't need any Buddhist seals from the inside out. I and the others will wait for you outside." Yes, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Isn't this the Buddhist sect's telepathy? Damn, it can actually produce Buddhist light. No wonder Han Zhu scolded me so badly that day. If I had a nascent soul master next to me, I'm afraid I would have been exposed. With that thought, Xiao Hua put away the jade slip and other things, got up, and left the cave. It was already dark outside the foothills. The thick dark clouds in the sky were like continuous waves, covering the entire sky. It was impossible to tell what time it was. Although there was no thunder or lightning, the edges of the dark clouds were bright and contained raindrops that were about to pour down. Xiao Hua roughly looked around, but he didn't see anyone. He released his divine sense again and scanned the surroundings. Only then did he discover that Han Zhu had stopped several li to the east with 6 mesmerized disciples. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He also took out his mesmerized disciples and flew to that place. Disciple greets martial uncle. Xiao Hua saw through the mesmerization of 2 aura-refining disciples at a glance. However, he still obediently saluted Han Zhu. Han Zhu's tone was indifferent as he said, Come here. Yes. Xiao Hua landed and stood next to Han Zhu. Han Zhu looked at the 7 people in front of him and said, although the 7 of you can't be considered my disciples, you've all cultivated the Buddhist sect's cultivation technique. In my eyes, you're even closer than ordinary disciples. However, the Buddhist sect and the Daoist sect are natural enemies. They were destroyed by the Daoist sect long ago. Moreover, the Daoist sect now views the Buddhist sect as an even more important enemy than sword cultivators. You Buddhist sect cultivators absolutely can't be known by others. When I discovered you all that year, I already made it clear and taught you the corresponding concealment techniques. Therefore, although you're all disciples of the Buddhist sect, for the sake of each other's safety, you all don't have to reveal yourselves aside from me. In other words, only I know who you are, and others don't know. You all can be at ease. Actually, you all don't have to worry. I've never planned to rebuild the Buddhist sect and promote the Buddhist sect. Nor will I ask you to join any Buddhist sect. However, after I obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques, I felt that the Buddhist sect's cultivation direction was different from the Daoist sect's cultivation direction. There was a different kind of wonder in it, so I focused on cultivating it. When I found out that you all had such opportunities, I wanted to guide you all more. Otherwise, with my golden core cultivation, if I wanted to recruit a few more disciples, how difficult would it be? Han Zhu continued, most importantly, now that all of you have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect, you naturally know the wonders of it. No matter where you are, having the Buddhist sect's cultivation will always bring unexpected benefits. Even if you fight with others, you'll still have the upper hand. Since that's the case, why don't we cultivate more Buddhist sect's remarkable abilities? If we want to find the annihilated Buddhist sect's secret technique on the Dawn Rain mainland, I'm afraid we can only head to the Buddhist sect's ruins. Speaking of the Buddhist sect's ruins, a disciple once mentioned it to me. He said that since it's a ruin, it's probably already in ruins and it's impossible to find anything. Even if there was anything, it would have long been destroyed by the Daoist sect's teachers who entered before us. Moreover, since we know about the Buddhist sect's ruins, how can the Daoist sect's teachers not know? The Daoist sect's teachers must have taken precautions. Why should we take this risk? Han Zhu seemed to dispel everyone's doubts and continued to explain. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was anxious. He couldn't wait to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins and wake Jiang Liuer up. As for the remnant leaf of the exquisite leaf scripture, Xiao Hua really didn't care too much about it at this moment. However, Han Zhu continued in a low voice, actually, this disciple's worries aren't groundless. From the golden talisman I obtained, there were indeed quite a number of Dao sect disciples searching for the ruins of the Buddhist sect tens of thousands of years ago, and the Dao sect's teachers did indeed kill quite a number of cultivators who tried in vain to restore the Buddhist sect. However, how can the Buddhist sect's ruins be easy to find? If you don't have the Buddhist sect's cultivation, even if you stand on the ruins, you won't be able to find the entrance to the ruins. Moreover, after so many years, how many Daoist sect cultivators still know about the Buddhist sect? Even for me, I only occasionally obtained a shabby jade slip and then went through all kinds of twists and turns to obtain some golden too before I truly began to come into contact with the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method. In these hundreds of years, I've only met 7 Daoist sect disciples who were able to cultivate Buddhist consciousness. Other than you, is there anyone else on Dawn Rain mainland who knows about the Buddhist sect? Will there still be people who come to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Yes, this disciple understands Martial Uncle's painstaking effort. A disciple replied in a hoarse voice, this disciple doesn't know what others are thinking, but this disciple wants to find more Buddhist techniques and golden too in the Buddhist sect's ruins. It would be even better if there were secret techniques that could increase one's magical powers. Therefore, this disciple has long wanted to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Martial Uncle, please bring this disciple there as soon as possible. -11. Chapter 3081. Ha ha ha. Han Zhu laughed heartily. Actually, I've been talking for half a day, but it's not as clear as what you just said. That's right, I want to enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect for my divine ability and cultivation. With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can say that we have an invisible hand compared to others. The stronger this hand is, the easier it is for us to defeat others. Especially what I told you just now, about my experience in the Tai Ching sect. If I didn't have the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, how could I surpass others? How could I step into the land of the 9 heavens? With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, it's not difficult for you to condense a core and conceive a nascent soul. Yes, we all understand that this is the fortune that Martial Uncle has given us. Xiao Hua nodded and said, moreover, since we're here, we all acknowledge Martial Uncle and are willing to enter the ruins. Please take pity on us. Good. Hanju nodded and pointed at Xiao Hua. Your cultivation is the most profound among all the disciples. You'll be called Jiao. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and answered. Then, Hanju called the other 6 cultivators one by one. Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, and Gang. The 2 Qi refinement disciples that Xiao Hua recognized with a glance were naturally Ji and Gang. Of course, I'm talking about the cultivation of the Daoist sect. If we're talking about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can't order you like this. Hanju's thick eyes looked up as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, when we come out of the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you all can make a 10-year agreement. At that time, you all can study the cultivation of the Buddhist sect and order yourselves again. Hehe, Martial Uncle is right. Yi laughed. He was the first to speak and said, Disciple is also somewhat unconvinced by this brother Jiao. Disciple's Buddhist divine ability has already reached the initial stage. I really want to spar with this brother Jiao. Cough cough tilde Xiao Hua coughed twice and said through the mist, Junior brother Yi, if you're unconvinced, I can make a bet with you right now. Me. Hanju snorted coldly. I only wanted to give you a chance to learn from each other, not to kill each other as you please. If you are still as bloodthirsty as the Dao sect cultivators, how will you be able to obtain the true essence of the Buddhist sect? Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly bowed. Let's go. All of you have just become Buddhist cultivators. You still don't know the truth of Buddhism. Take your time. Hanju turned around and flew away. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare to be negligent, and they also urged their magic power to follow behind him. The frost bamboo flew for more than half a day. During this period, the entire foothill undulated, making it even more dangerous. Xiao Hua found it somewhat baffling. He didn't understand why the Buddhist sect, which had flourished for a time, would set up their sect in such a remote place. However, when he glanced at a mountain ridge that looked like a reclining Buddha, he was stunned. Xiao Hua had obtained a jade slip from Zhenxie's storage pouch when he was still in Imperial Thunder Sect's Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. It contained information about the Buddhist sect's ruins. Moreover, Zhenxie and Khan Mingwei had also entered the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the information in the jade slip wasn't particularly detailed. Although it had the general situation of the Buddhist sect's ruins, it didn't have the method to enter or the location of the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the jade slip clearly stated that near the Buddhist sect's ruins, there was a mountain ridge that stretched for more than 10 miles. It looked like a reclining Buddha statue. Look at that mountain ridge tilde at this moment, Hanju pointed with a smile and said, what does it look like? A person. Third hesitated for a moment before speaking. It should be a reclining person. Fifth hastily said. According to the Buddhist sect's records, when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, the Xiaoyu continent was filled with good Buddhists. However, due to the dangerous terrain near the corpse-abandoned mountain, evil spirits frequently appeared, and Buddhist chants couldn't be spread here. Thus, a Buddhist expert broke through all difficulties to come here and spread Buddhism. However, this expert's luck wasn't good. Before he could stay here for 10 years, he was killed by an evil spirit. However, this expert had an obsession in his heart and couldn't let go after his death. His body turned into a mountain ridge and used his broken body to suppress the evil spirit. When the Buddhist sect's members found out about this, they were all moved. Not only did they all come here to spread Buddhism, but this corpse-abandoned mountain later became the place with the most incense in the Xiaoyu continent. Of course, this expert also achieved the Buddhist abandonment corpse, so this mountain was also called the reclining Buddha mountain ridge. I see. After hearing Hanju's explanation, Xiao Hua finally understood why such a dangerous place was actually the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, he also had a trace of doubt. It seemed that when he was at Tianzhu Peak, that Devil General Ji Peng once said that he wanted to use Xiao Hua's Buddha Sariya to achieve Buddhism. Thus, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and asked, "Martial uncle, this junior has a question. Does the Buddhist sect's cultivation have different levels like the Daoist sects? How can this Buddhist abandonment corpse be achieved?" Wearing the camouflage robe, Hanju couldn't distinguish Xiao Hua from the 7 people even if Xiao Hua asked. However, when he heard this question, he immediately knew that it was Xiao Hua who asked. He smiled and said, "This question of yours. This old man also wants to know the answer. This is also the reason why this old man must enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Presumably, only in the depths of these ruins is the Buddhist sect's true orthodoxy, and only then can we know how to achieve Buddhism." After passing through the reclining Buddha mountain ridge, Hanju continued to fly forward, which made Xiao Hua somewhat puzzled. After all, the jade slip clearly stated that the Buddhist sect's ruins were near the reclining Buddha mountain ridge. Although it didn't say too much in detail, it couldn't be too far away, right? Just as Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, Hanju stopped again and released his Buddhist awareness. That Buddhist awareness, which was even more powerful than ordinary divine perception, swept out extremely fiercely, stirring up the dead branches and fallen leaves in the mountain ridge, causing Xiao Hua to raise his eyebrows. Oh my, this Hanju's Buddhist sect cultivation seems to be much more profound than his Daoist sect cultivation. No wonder he's in a hurry to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Xiao Hua couldn't see the expressions of the other 6 people, but the 6 of them stood respectfully, which was enough to see the longing in their hearts. Hanju used his Buddhist awareness to scan the surroundings, then nodded and said, "Very good. At this time, it has already been forgotten by the bystanders. There are no cultivators nearby. You all rest for a while. This old man will open a path for us to enter the ruins." "Yes, thank you for your trouble, martial uncle," Yi Bing and the others said happily. Immediately after, Hanju activated his magic power and flew to the side of the reclining Buddha mountain ridge for nearly half a mile. It was in the middle of the 2 mountain ridges, where a large basin was located. Hanju landed on a protruding mountain rock at a high point in the basin. He patted his hand and took out a golden staff from his storage bag. This staff was 1 zhong long and 8 zhong long, and its surface was mottled abnormally. Many parts of the golden color were damaged, revealing the white color inside. On the surface of this staff, there were many protruding scales. They looked like fish scales, but they also looked like dragon patterns. Following these scales to the tip of the staff, there were actually 9 dragon heads. Each of the dragon heads held a golden ring in their mouths. Although the 9 dragon heads were also damaged, the 9 rings were still intact. In fact, there was even a faint Buddhist light shining in the dark night. Hanju loved the 9-ring staff. He threw it out and released his Buddhist awareness, catching the staff. Then, his body once again shone with Buddhist light. Countless Buddhist seals appeared in his palms. There were vases, lotuses, harpoons, bamboo staffs. One by one, the Buddhist seals flew out and landed on the staff. The Buddhist light on the 9 rings became even denser, and it gradually spread through the dragon heads to the bottom of the staff, when the entire staff was filled with Buddhist light. A dragon's roar could be heard. 9 golden heavenly dragons flew out from the staff and rushed to 9 different places in the basin. Amitabha. The Taoist crown on Hanju's head rose without any wind and landed on a mountain rock. Hanju slowly flew up again. Below his feet, there was a 3rd-grade lotus platform steadily supporting him as he flew towards the slender Buddhist light. Seeing that he had arrived in front of the Buddhist light formed by the staff, Hanju stretched out his hand and pointed at the Buddhist light. Wang an indescribable Sanskrit sound could be heard. The Buddhist light immediately chose to turn into a huge swastika. Moreover, as the Buddhist light flashed around Hanju's body, the swastika gradually enlarged and fell towards the basin. When the swastika was several miles in size, it enveloped the entire basin. 9 dragons roar could be heard at the same time. The swastika also fell to the ground at the same time. The huge roar seemed to be able to overturn the earth. Whoosh tilde at the same time, the rainstorm that had been brewing in the sky for a long time began to pour down. Tilde Xiao Hua looked at the basin and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. When the golden swastika landed on the ground, layers of Buddha's light began to uncover the ground. It was as if a pair of large hands were opening up the ground. After 18 rays of Buddha's light, 18 layers of the ground were uncovered. Then, the 18 layers of Buddha's light rushed up the mountain ridge and enveloped the entire basin. It was as if the rainstorm from the Milky Way had hit the Buddhist light and not a single drop of it fell. Of course, Xiao Hua wasn't shocked by the Buddhist light, nor was he shocked by the swastika. What he was shocked by was that under the Buddhist light, there were temples. There were big and small temples, but they were all dilapidated. Every temple had a golden Buddha statue in it. These Buddha statues had different expressions and postures, but the eyes of each Buddha statue revealed a kind of compassion. Although the temples were dilapidated and the Buddha statues had collapsed, this compassion was unchanging for 10,000 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The endless jade spring poured down as if it was the only sound in the world. In the incomparably gloomy valley and basin, the raindrops penetrated the snow-white light. In the snow-white light, there was a holy Buddhist light. The Buddhist light became the only curtain of light in the dark night. The 480 temples of the Southern Dynasty, how many towers in the misty rain? Hanju looked at this scene and suddenly recited 2 inexplicable verses, causing Xiao Hua and the others to feel extremely sad. -11. Chapter 3082. Let's go. Hanju urged his body into the Buddhist light and said, "You only need to release your telekinesis, and the Buddhist light will guide you into paradise." Thank goodness. Xiao Hua followed Hanju. He cried out in his heart and released an extremely weak telekinesis. Hanju paid attention to Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua's telekinesis was extremely weak, it was still there. He was slightly surprised. After all, it was only a few days ago. Hanju didn't expect Xiao Hua to actually produce telekinesis. Dang, dang, dang. A faint rhythmic knocking sound resounded in Xiao Hua's ears. White lotuses gushed out from the Buddhist light, protecting Xiao Hua's entire body. Following that, a gentle yet tenacious suction force was born. It was as if a pair of hands were holding onto Xiao Hua's body, gently pulling Xiao Hua into the Buddhist light. Xiao Hua smelled the same faint fragrance of sandalwood. Light flashed in front of his eyes. Within the light, there were tens of thousands of Buddhas, tens of thousands of mountains and rivers, and tens of thousands of believers. It was as if each space was flashing in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. 3,000 great worlds. Xiao Hua suddenly had a realization. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the Buddhist ruins. Xiao Hua landed at the lowest point of the basin. It was also the beginning of a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a Buddhist shrine that looked like a white pagoda. The bottom of the Buddhist shrine was square. The 4 sides were carved with Buddha statues. Each Buddha statue faced a direction, as if they were observing the 4 sides of the world. The top of the Buddhist shrine was oval, like a chicken nest on top of it. The top of the stairs was below the Buddhist shrine. He couldn't see where it went, but Xiao Hua knew that after walking through the stairs and the Buddhist shrine, it would definitely be one of those temples. The Buddhist ruins. This is the Buddhist ruins. Xiao Hua looked at the stairs. The feeling of looking down from above was completely gone. He no longer had the freedom to control the entire situation. There was only a kind of mountain that was difficult to climb. I'm afraid that I can only walk up step by step. With each step under my feet, I can reach the end of this path. Xiao Hua thought again. Thinking about the glory of the Buddhist sect, although I've never seen it, it wasn't inferior to the current Tao sect. But now, it has fallen to such a state. 480 temples, in the entire Dawn Rain continent. This Xiao has never seen a single temple. If I hadn't come to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I wouldn't have known that Buddha statues have a home. This is a temple. What are you thinking about? Although Hanju had entered the ruins before Xiao Hua, he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he hovered in midair and waited for the others to enter the ruins before landing. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice. Disciple finds it strange. Xiao Hua had always had a question, so he asked, the Buddhist sect's divine arts aren't any worse than the Tao sect. In fact, they were even stronger than the Tao sect in some aspects. Otherwise, Uncle Master wouldn't have been able to emerge victorious in the Tai Ching sect's immortal ascension ceremony. But how could such a colossus that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao sect be destroyed just like that? Actually, Xiao Hua's question didn't stop there. He only said half of it. The other half were naturally Confucian cultivators. The Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect were actually completely wiped out by the Tao sect. There wasn't a single temple left on the Dawn Rain continent, nor were there any Confucian cultivators. Even the descendants of the Confucian cultivators were cursed by talismans, suffering generation after generation. This was truly inconceivable, and Xiao Hua couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Chempage. Han Zhu said coldly. This is a mystery from ancient times. Who can know? Legend has it that the Almighty of the ancient Tao sect could open the sky with a wave of his hand and destroy the earth with a bow of his head. Destroying the Buddhist sect wasn't considered a difficult matter. Moreover, the Tao sect's techniques were easy to learn and were good at attacking. The Buddhist sect's techniques were mostly compassionate and focused on transcendence. The people of the Buddhist sect were compassionate and didn't kill. How could they be compared to the Tao sect? The Buddhist sect's innate shortcoming led to its own destruction, right? Perhaps. Xiao Hua knew that Han Zhu's words were reasonable, but he also felt that it wasn't completely appropriate, so he could only nod slightly. Now, we're about to step onto the Buddha path. Han Zhu looked at the others with a solemn expression. I've already asked you before. Before entering the Buddha path, you must make a choice in your heart. This choice is related to your achievements. It's also related to whether or not you can pass the Buddha path. Of course, I don't want to know what this choice is. You only need to make a choice for yourselves. Moreover, the Buddha path is like life, and the steps are like experience. Once you step onto the Buddha path, you will begin your first experience of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Are you all ready? This disciple has already been ready, Nae answered without hesitation. Can this disciple step onto the Buddha path? Xiao Hua's brows furrowed within the maze. Clearly, this disciple's desire to win was too strong. He had only occupied the A position, while he occupied the B position. He had already provoked him several times. Taking the lead to step onto the Buddha path, he naturally wanted to show off. Of course you can. Han Zhu didn't even look at Xiao Hua. He nodded and said, your Buddhist sect's cultivation is the highest. Since you've already made your preparations, you can naturally step onto the Buddha path. Yes. When the disciple heard this, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the first step. Dang tilde, the sound of the wooden fish was like the sound of dusk. Then, with a bang, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the entire ruins. A faint Buddhist light appeared under Nae's feet, turning into a lotus. Lotus blooming step. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He saw lotus blooming with every step the disciple took, supporting him. The Buddhist light also slowly rose, wrapping around the disciple's calves. Wonderful tilde. Han Zhu saw this and clapped his hands. As expected, the roots of kindness have been planted early. You have a destiny with the Buddha. Then, Han Zhu turned to Third and said, are you ready? This disciple, will this senior brother please go first? Third hesitated slightly, indicating for Xiao Hua to go first. Although his Tao sect's cultivation is high, his psychokinesis is weak. His Buddhist sect's cultivation is inferior to yours, Han Zhu said. Moreover, the Buddha path isn't a place where whoever steps onto the shore first. If you've already made your choice, you can naturally go first. Yes, this disciple understands. Third didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and similarly raised his foot. The sound of the bell and the wooden fish rose again. Lotus blooming with each step, he slowly walked towards the shrine. The night rain poured down, and darkness filled the sky. Between the mountains, under the torrential rain, the original Buddhist light gradually dimmed. It grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candle flickering in the wind. However, At this moment, even if someone passed by Crouching Buddha Mountain, even if they flew past the ruins of the Buddhist sect, they probably wouldn't be able to see the situation within the Buddhist light, much less Xiao Hua and the others, who had become smaller than ants. The 480 temples were still huge, but there were countless temples on the steps in front of the temples, and countless temples on the steps in front of the temples. As for Xiao Hua and the others, they were facing the Buddha path, which was even thinner than a thin thread. Whoosh! The Buddhist light flashed, and the entire valley was annihilated. The pitch-black darkness was completely oppressive. The rain fell on the rocks and soil at the bottom of the valley, splashing water and creating thumb-sized mud holes. Are you ready? Hanju sent the other 6 people to the Buddha path, then turned to look at Xiao Hua. I'll try my best. Previously, I was full of confidence, but looking at the other junior brothers, I really can't compare to them. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He was actually unwilling to follow Hanju to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Even if they were in front of the Buddha path, he was still somewhat unwilling. However, it was clear that if he didn't go through the Buddha path and enter the shrine, Hanju wouldn't be able to get close to the Buddhist formation inside, and wouldn't be able to use the formation's power to awaken Jianglua. He could only bite the bullet and answer. Millimeter, you go ahead. Hanju nodded. When we enter the Jialan temple, I can activate the Buddhist formation inside and awaken the child. Actually. At this point, Hanju was a little hesitant. He said hesitantly, actually, according to my thoughts, why don't we leave the child here? Whether he wakes up or dies, this child is fated with the Buddhist sect. Alright, uncle understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This child still has his parents. Right now, he can't make a decision. It's better to wait for him to wake up and see his parents. It won't be too late to make a decision then. Millimeter, what you said makes sense. Hanju nodded. Father and mother shouldn't travel far. Although we are cultivators, we should pay more attention to filial piety. I won't force you. If you have made a decision, come to the Kunlun sect to look for me. Many thanks, martial uncle. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Hanju would force Jianglua to stay, or leave a trick up his sleeve. Hanju looked at the Buddha path. Second, who was the first to go up, was already half wrapped in Buddhist light. Second's hands were already clasped in front of his chest. Although he couldn't see the piety on his face, his steady steps and unwavering figure were enough to make Hanju happy. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiao Hua answered, turned around, and lifted his leg. However, the moment he landed, Xiao Hua's heart was slightly moved. Damn it, although I don't have any psychokinesis, my Buddha Sarira isn't small either. I wonder how big martial uncle Hanju's Sarira is. I won't make a fool of myself, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua generated a weak psychokinesis and rushed it to his feet. Dang! The wooden fish made a sound, and a few white lotuses also appeared. Although they were very thin, they still firmly supported Xiao Hua's feet. Clang! An extremely loud and clear sound of a bell rang out from within the Buddhist shrine, shaking Xiao Hua's figure to the point that it slightly moved. Oh! Seeing Xiao Hua's figure slightly move, and hearing the bells ringing, Hanju was stunned. He looked at Xiao Hua's back with an astonished gaze. He looked again and saw that Xiao Hua's figure had stabilized. His other foot once again stepped on the Buddha path. As before, a faint white lotus appeared. Compared to the lotus under the feet of the 2 aura-refining disciples in front of him, this one was even fainter. I'm afraid it's that little child in Xiao Hua's spiritual storage bag. Hanju came to a realization. He also lifted his leg. The same sound of the wooden fish and the same bell rang. However, the bell's ringing was much weaker than Xiao Hua's. -11. Chapter 3083. When Xiao Hua stepped onto the pagoda path, he immediately felt a sense of anxiety. The Buddhist light that emerged from beneath his feet wrapped around Xiao Hua's body. It was as if countless pairs of demonic hands were probing into Xiao Hua's heart. All kinds of troubles and discomforts poured in one after another. Not only did they attack Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira, they also attacked Xiao Hua's Tao foundation. Inner demon Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely encountered inner demons. It was truly different from what he saw in the ancient records. However, ever since he started cultivating the exquisite leaf scripture, he had experienced the attack of an inner demon back in the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. That time was truly dangerous because Xiao Hua had no experience in dealing with inner demons. He almost fell into the demon's hands and was consigned to eternal damnation. Fortunately, Xiao Hua severed his thoughts and defeated the inner demon, successfully escaping from the demon's hands. What he didn't expect was that he would encounter an inner demon again in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This was simply more dangerous than encountering an old nascent soul monster. As the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, the Buddha Sarira outside his Niwan palace also hurriedly formed a Buddhist mudra. It was the third ability of the Buddha Sarira, fighting, to intimidate the waves of distracting thoughts and worldly thought. Thoughts like the sea, worldly affairs like the ocean, the sea of bitterness boundless, where can I find salvation? As Xiao Hua steadily walked up the steps, strands of Buddhist light flourished, annihilating his legs and covering his waist. Gradually, it enveloped his entire body. Inside his Buddha relic, the Buddhist light once again turned into waves like a sea of blood. Xiao Hua's mind was filled with thoughts that soared into the sky like a violent storm within the sea of blood. Wave after wave of thoughts struck the Buddha relic. At this moment, Xiao Hua already somewhat understood what Hanju said before coming to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. In an instant, there were 900 thoughts. Every thought was a kind of calamity. Every calamity raised a bloody storm and attacked him. Furthermore, in this sea of blood, Xiao Hua could see Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and other people he had seen before. The only belief. All worldly thoughts must be destroyed. This is the true path of the sea of bitterness. Xiao Hua sighed. The eyes of the Buddha Sarira lifted at the same time. Although the Buddhist light of the Sarira was faint, it was incomparably tenacious. The eyes were full of compassion and confidence. Even the rain of blood couldn't extinguish those eyes, let alone drown the golden body 3 feet above the third-rank lotus platform. As Xiao Hua's thoughts were extinguished, the blood sea gradually calmed down. The obsessions and illusions in the blood sea also gradually disappeared. However, this calmness only lasted for a moment. Woo-woo. The sound of wind was heard again. Strange figures formed in the sea of blood. They looked like men, women, humans, and beasts. All of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew out ferociously. The man was extremely ugly and ferocious, the woman was extremely beautiful and charming, the beast was an extremely arrogant flying dragon in the sky, and the beast was an extremely fierce roc spreading its wing. The attacks were even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha Sarira was drowned. Battle. The Buddha Sarira formed a Buddhist seal with its hands and chanted an incantation. Golden battle characters flew out from its mouth. When these golden characters touched the figures, they immediately flashed. Under the golden light, the figures of men and women were shattered. The dragon and rock figures also faded away. However, the power of this incantation was still weak. It could only destroy the approaching figures. The endless sea of blood behind it couldn't be completely eliminated. Dang! At this moment, a loud and clear sound of a bell rang above the sea of blood. Wherever the sound wave passed, no matter what the figures were, they all turned into powder. Even the sea of blood was forcefully flattened. In the instant the sea of blood calmed down, the golden light around the Buddha Sarira shone brightly. The third-rank lotus platform suddenly bloomed. Under this golden light, the sea of blood was instantly emptied. A feeling of emptiness and fullness filled Xiao Hua's heart, which was filled with absolute conviction. Xiao Hua opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had already walked to the front of the shrine. On his left and right, whether it was Yi or Wu, they all seemed to have arrived at the same time as him. They all opened their eyes at the same time. In front of them, Hanju's face was solemn. He had already put his palms together. Do you all understand? Hanju held a small golden bell the size of a fist in his hand and asked very indifferently. Disciple understands. Yi was the first to put his palms together and answered in a low voice. What do you understand? Hanju continued to ask. Buddha doesn't help those who are not fated. Since disciple can reach into Buddhism, then I am a fated person, Yi said indifferently. Immediately, the other 5 people put their palms together and answered Hanju's question. After waiting for Xiao Hua also said very sincerely, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Oh? Hanju was stunned again. However, this expression disappeared in a flash. He nodded and said, I didn't expect your telekinesis to be the weakest, but your comprehension is the deepest. I don't dare. Xiao Hua bowed. Since I have entered the sea of bitterness, there is no need to care about sooner or later. A thought as a boat, a merciful journey to salvation. Hiss. Xiao Hua's words caused Hanju to suck in a breath of cold air. His thick eyebrows were raised and he clapped his hands. What a merciful journey to salvation. What a thought as a boat. You have made this old man have a whole new level of respect for you. Hanju then sighed again. He turned his head to look at the benevolent-looking Buddha statue on the shrine and said, what a pity for your comprehension. What a pity for your good roots. If Buddhism were to prosper, just your merciful journey to salvation alone would be able to achieve good result. Oh, so easy. Hanju's words caused Xiao Hua to be stunned. Martial uncle. Yi was somewhat unconvinced and said, although Brother Jia's cultivation is high, Buddhism's telekinesis is extremely weak. How could he achieve good results so easily? Buddhism's cultivation is different from Taoism's. Hanju shook his head and said, cultivation is not necessarily compatible with Buddhism. Although a Buddhist doesn't have a trace of telekinesis, he can still achieve Buddhism. At the same time, even if you have telekinesis, if you can't comprehend it, you can't achieve good result. So it's like that. Xiao Hua immediately thought of the soul cultivator's soul consciousness and the 9 heavens of spirit origin. The 6 people from Yi's group were still confused. If you don't understand, you don't need to understand. Hanju smiled, when it's time to understand, you'll understand. This old man's explanation is inferior. After saying that, Hanju clapped his hand and the golden bell appeared in his hand. He turned around and entered the shrine. Brother Jia, please. Yi hesitated for a moment and gestured for Xiao Hua to go first. How could Xiao Hua be willing? He smiled and said, Brother Yi is the first Buddhist cultivator. This old man's Buddhist cultivator is the last. It's better for me to go last. Moreover, Martial Uncle just said that walking in front is walking in the back, and walking in the back is also walking in the front. Brother Yi, please. Haha, good. Then this one won't be polite and will go last. Yi also laughed and walked in unceremoniously. Everyone was somewhat polite, but Xiao Hua didn't go first. After everyone went in, he turned around and looked at the Buddha path that he had just walked through. It was only a few meters away. However, when he turned around and was about to step into the shrine, he looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Above the shrine, there was still the same Buddha path. It was vaguely behind the Jalan temple, and it seemed to be endless. This Buddhist sect's ruins seemed to be only a few dozen kilometers in size outside the foothills. Even if my divine sense is restricted, it shouldn't be. Xiao Hua came to a realization, there's a Sumeru formation in this Buddhist sect's ruins? Oh, no, it should be a Sumeru Buddhist formation. Ari, what kind of Sumeru Buddhist formation is in this Buddhist sect's ruins? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. He knew that with his and Hanju's Buddhist cultivation, they probably couldn't see the entire Buddhist sect's ruins. Thus, he didn't think too much and stepped into the shrine. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still thought too simply of this Buddhist sect's ruins. How could it be as simple as a Sumeru Buddhist formation? After entering the shrine, there was a space of several dozen meters. It was much larger than what Xiao Hua had seen from the outside. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that in the 4 walls, other than the small door where he came in, the other 3 were all sealed. He couldn't see the other passageway that he saw outside the Buddhist shrine. Looking at the 4 walls again, there were countless Buddha statues carved on them. At first glance, these Buddha statues all looked the same, but upon closer inspection, each Buddha statue was different. Some were happy, some were angry, some were sad, and some were angry. Even the same kind of laughter contained different meanings. At the top of the shrine, there was a huge Buddha statue lying there. One of its hands was supporting its cheeks, and the other was in the shape of a flower. Its eyes that were looking straight down revealed a kind of vicissitudes, a kind of compassion, and an expression that completely saw through Xiao Hua. Phew, Xiao Hua couldn't help but exclaim. This Buddha statue was too vivid. From those eyes, he could practically see the misery of the mortal world that he had comprehended when he had walked through the Buddha path. At the same time, an unconcealable feeling of confiding arose spontaneously. Xiao Hua almost wanted to kneel down and kowtow. This kind of devotion that came from the heart was originally suppressed by the so-called Hutu great god's might in the ancestral shrine of the Hutu stronghold, but it came more naturally and more freely from the heart. Of course, the current Xiao Hua's strength was already close to that of a nascent soul cultivator, and the Buddha Sarira also had a cultivation of the third stage. All of these feelings were just a touch. He only put his palms together, closed his eyes slightly, and lowered his head. This is the second test of the Buddhist sect's ruins today. Hanju seemed to be somewhat puzzled by Xiao Hua's actions. After all, 6 disciples had entered before Xiao Hua. However, their eyes revealed a kind of curiosity, and some of them even carried a kind of passion. Where was the devotion in Xiao Hua's eyes that came in last? Thus, Hanju opened his mouth and said, "Back then, this old man only passed the test of the Buddha path, but failed in this Buddha statue. Of course, even if I failed, the Buddha statue on the shrine left behind some golden swan runes for this old man, and this old man benefited greatly from it. Moreover, from those golden swan runes, this old man also learned about the situation in the hall behind the shrine. This is extremely consistent with the Buddhist sect's preaching that there is a way out for everything. That's why this old man brought all of you here again, and this second test requires all of us to work together to complete it." -11. Chapter 3084. Martial Uncle Tilda III, who had been quiet all this time, said in a low voice, "How many tests are there in the Buddhist ruins? With your cultivation, you only passed the first test. Then the second and third tests, won't they be even harder? Although I don't know exactly how many tests there are in the Buddhist ruins, but I know that 9 by 9 returns to 1 is the true essence of the Buddhist sect. If I'm not wrong, there should be 81 trials in the Buddhist ruins," Hanju said after some hesitation. "Ah, so many. Not to mention third, even Xiao Hua, who had stood up with his palms together, was stunned for a moment. "Aren't there too many tests? Haha, although there are 81 trials, we don't have to go all the way. However, we don't necessarily have to walk to the end," Hanju said with a smile. "Moreover, we don't have to walk too far today. As the cultivation base of our Buddhist sect increases, I will bring you here every 10 years to overcome a few difficulties. Also, didn't I say earlier? I passed the first test, so I can get some details of the second and third tests. The Buddhist sect always forgives people where possible, so you all don't have to be too afraid." "I understand." Third nodded slightly. Xiao Hua also understood. Although the 7 disciples were all foundation establishment and chi refinement disciples, which one of them hadn't been tempered in the Dao sect's cultivation method? Although 81 trials were a lot, if it was really as Hanju said and they passed a few trials every 10 years, it wouldn't be long before they reached the end of the Buddhist ruins. Unfortunately, although my cultivation in the Dao sect is much higher than yours, the Buddhist sect isn't too strong. However, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is not too powerful. Otherwise, this old man would have been able to go through a few more difficulties. There is no need for you to start from the second level," Hanju continued. "However, after the second trial, there will be quite a number of golden puppets that are suitable for your Buddhist sect cultivation. Once we break through this trial, it will be considered a form of compensation. I won't let you take advantage of me. Haha, Martial Uncle is joking." Third also said, "We've already received a lot of guidance from Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Martial Uncle's grace that we're able to come here. Hehe, This is all Buddha's power of thought. Hanju pointed at the reclining Buddha above his head and said with a smile, "Let's open the door to the Jialan temple." "Yes, we understand." Yi Bing and the others bowed. Then, under Hanju's arrangement, everyone sat cross-legged in the shrine, right below the reclining Buddha, forming the shape of a swastika. Xiao Hua was in the bottom right corner, Hanju was in the top left corner, and the center was empty again. Disciples. Hanju waited for everyone to sit down before he said, "I've already given you a choice. Although this old man did not ask you again, this old man still has to say it. The most important thing in cultivating the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method was to contribute. He would forget about himself and send himself into the boundless compassion of the Buddha's heart. In the past, the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the eagle, causing the world to tremble. Although we don't need to sacrifice anything to break this Buddhist formation, we can still give up our psyche power and Buddhist consciousness. Therefore, this old man has to remind you in advance." "Oh, I see." Xiao Hua finally understood why Frost Bamboo had mentioned this matter early on. Furthermore, he had mentioned it again and again. It looked like there would be some damage when breaking the Buddhist formation. "We understand." Before Xiao Hua could finish his thoughts, Ding Yi and the others spoke up in unison. Clearly, Frost Bamboo's words had greatly affected them. "Good." A satisfied smile appeared on Hanju's face. "You will reap what you sow." This is what this old man comprehended in the Buddhist sect's ruins. You all, slowly comprehend it too. As he spoke, Hanju closed his eyes and began to meditate. His body began to emit a faint Buddhist light. Then, his Buddhist consciousness, which surpassed his divine will, was released forcefully. His psyche power also rushed into the Buddha on the shrine. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He followed the Buddhist formation method in the jade slip that Hanju had given him and sent out his Buddhist consciousness and psyche power. Of course, Xiao Hua could only release a trace of his Buddhist consciousness. It was slightly more than what he had released at the Feather Immortal Assembly. The others naturally sent out their Buddhist consciousness and psyche power as well. Instantly, the 8 people's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power intertwined in the air above the shrine. Hiss. As expected, Xiao Hua inhaled a breath of cold air. It seemed that other than his Buddhist consciousness, which was as indifferent as water, the other's Buddhist consciousness was vaguely stronger than his divine will, especially those 2 aura-refining disciples. Their Buddhist consciousness was not inferior to the other Foundation Establishment disciples. Moreover, the psyche power they sent out was also extremely strong. Although Xiao Hua could not clearly see the true expressions of those 2 aura-refining disciples, his Buddhist consciousness was like a person's. He could almost sense the contempt of the other disciples from their somewhat unbridled Buddhist consciousness. 8 Buddhist consciousnesses mixed with psyche power rushed into the air like a swastika without a core. Han-Ju chanted an incantation. His Buddhist consciousness moved first. Then, Xiao Hua and the others slowly began to turn according to the records in the jade slip. Woo-woo tilde, an indescribable sound mixed with Sanskrit, was emitted from the Buddhist consciousness. A faint golden dot of light emerged from the Buddha's fingertip as it rotated. Moreover, as the Buddhist consciousness rotated, it gradually enlarged until it was the size of a fist. During this process, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power were completely engulfed by this dot of light. There was no connection between them at all. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not care about this Buddhist consciousness at all. His psyche power was weak to begin with, so it was completely absorbed by the dot of light in just a few breaths. Amitabha. Following Hanju's Buddhist chant, the golden light on the fist gradually transformed into something similar to the Buddha's flower-pinching hand. Moreover, it slowly pointed at a similarly lying Buddha statue on the stone wall. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is at hand. A dry voice came from the stone wall. The entire shrine immediately raised a wave-like Buddhist light, as if the entire shrine was a sea of bitterness. Of course, this Buddhist light was only for an instant. A bright light emerged from the Buddha statue in front of Xiao Hua. This light shone on the 8 people, causing them to feel a wave of warmth. At the same time, the The Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had just been engulfed returned 9 times. Oh! When Xiao Hua heard the faintly discernible voice, he was startled. He seemed to have sensed something fishy, but before he could think about it, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed returned. At the same time, Xiao Hua understood what Hanju had just said. So that's how it is. The Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed can be replenished after breaking the formation. No wonder Hanju doesn't seem to be afraid of exhaustion. When Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look again, under the light on the other side, another door that was taller than a person opened. Ha ha ha! Hanju looked at the door and stood up with a hearty laugh. He said, I have waited for this for 100 years. The door of Jialan Temple has finally opened in front of me. Disciples, follow me into Jialan Temple. Let's see what the number 1 temple of Buddhism looks like. Yes, Xiao Hua and the others also stood up and followed Hanju into the door that flickered with Buddhist light. After passing through the door, there was a stone wall that was dozens of feet tall. In front of the stone wall, there was also a dilapidated statue. It was dressed like a general and not a Buddha statue. The general held a Buddhist weapon that resembled a whip in his hand. He wore golden armor, but the statue's head was gone. Half of his arms were missing, so it was impossible to see what it was. Hanju ignored the statue and only gave it a cursory glance before circling around the projection-like stone wall. Behind the stone wall was an empty space that was dozens of feet wide. On the opposite side of the empty space was a large hall. It was already extremely dilapidated. Inside, there was a statue that was tilted to the side. Its specific appearance could not be seen clearly due to the dim light. On the opposite side of the large hall, there was an incense burner that was taller than a person. The top half of it had already collapsed, revealing that there was still a lot of incense ash inside. Between the incense burner and the large hall, in the center of the empty space, there was a table with incense and candles that was taller than a person. Naturally, there were no incense and candles. Instead, there were a few pieces of gold. There were even a few silk-like Buddhist scriptures beside the golden alligator. Nae followed Hanju around the stone wall and saw the gold in the center of the empty space. He did not hesitate at all and was about to fly up. Unfortunately, when he activated his dharmic powers, there was no movement. It was impossible to use daoist spells in Jialan Temple. Nae anxiously rushed towards the incense and candles. However, he was still a bit too late. Just as he activated his dharmic powers, Nae had already rushed out and was right in front of Nae. Nae moved, followed by Nae and Nae. The 2 aura-refining disciples originally wanted to chase after them, but when they saw that there were only 4 items beside the incense and candles, they also moved their feet and stopped. Xiao Hua was originally walking at the back. When he saw this, he bitterly smiled. This seemed to be one of the rare times when he could not take advantage of others. However, when he saw Hanju, who was the first to enter the empty space, standing there quietly, his gaze not looking at the incense and candles, but straight at the damaged large hall, Xiao Hua could not help but be moved. That thought was born in his heart and he almost rushed towards the large hall. However, Xiao Hua still stopped in his tracks and waited for Hanju's reaction. After all, his goal was somewhat different from the other 6. Hanju still did not move. Only when Nae, and the others returned did he seem to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "This Buddhist sect ruins is a Buddhist kingdom. It really restricts daoist cultivation. Your divine sense and dharmic powers are all unusable. Moreover, this is only the 2nd test. Although these golden puppets are extremely good, there are even better ones later. Don't do something like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons." Yes, disciple understands. Nae and Nae smiled and replied, "These golden puppets were given by Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, please distribute them." As they spoke, the 2 took out the golden puppets they had obtained and respectfully presented them to Hanju. Nae and Nae were somewhat dejected. They had arrived a bit too late. What they wanted to snatch were 2 scriptures that were like silk. Unfortunately, The scriptures shattered upon contact and could not be picked up. It could be said that although they were one step ahead of Xiao Hua, the result was the same as Xiao Hua, with nothing to show for it. This old man has already made it clear before. It belongs to whoever obtains it. Hanju waved his hand and said, the Buddhist sect places more emphasis on fate than the Daoist sect. If this old man keeps this, perhaps there will not be any better golden puppets in the Buddhist sect ruins in the future. -11. Chapter 3085. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Hearing this, Yi Bing and Yi Bing put away the golden puppets with great relief. This is a bit strange. Xiao Hua was puzzled. It seems that Zhun Xie and Khan Mingwei also came to the Buddhist ruins. Moreover, they also obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda and the exquisite leaf scripture. Why didn't they obtain these golden puppets? Moreover, just as Xiao Hua's doubts arose, Hanju said to Ding Wu and Yi Bing, as well as Xiao Hua, this Buddhist ruins is very mysterious. Although you didn't obtain the golden puppets, you don't have to regret it. Perhaps the next time you come here, the same golden puppets will be placed next to the incense burner. That's great. The aura refinement disciple next to Xiao Hua replied with a smile, disciple will wait for the next opportunity to come to the Buddhist ruins. Look around this empty space and see if there are any other things near the incense burner and incense burner. This old man will go to the main hall to take a look. Sure enough, after Hanju instructed, he went straight to the main hall. He. Xiao Hua laughed from the bottom of his heart. This kind of Hanju was the real Hanju. How could he allow others to take the lead? Everyone was dressed in camouflage clothing, so they couldn't see the expressions of others. Xiao Hua ignored the other 6 people and turned around, walking in a direction. Seeing Xiao Hua walk away, the 6 people paused for a moment and each went to search in a different direction. Yi Bing and Yi Bing were quite shrewd. They walked to the 2 sides of the main hall. In the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Xiao Hua had already looked at the right side of the open space. The location of this empty space was somewhat similar to the plaza of an ordinary main hall. The ground was made of square bricks that were 3 feet in size. There were some patterns on the bricks, but the patterns were already worn out. Moreover, many of the bricks had some cracks on them. Some of the bricks were even shattered. At the edge of the empty space, there were some traces of huge impact. Alas, in the early years, this place should have been the battlefield of the Great War between Taoists and Buddhists, right? Xiao Hua had experienced the Great War between Taoists and swordsmen, so he already knew a lot about the hatred between swordsmen and cultivators. And this Buddhist sect was even more so than sword cultivators. Presumably, Xiao Hua couldn't imagine how tragic the war was. The sword cultivators were merely content with staying in the Huan country. Back then, the Buddhist sect spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent and killed all these Buddhist sect disciples one by one. TSK, my Tao sect's teacher, is truly generous. Xiao Hua sighed slightly and walked to the front of the great hall. To Xiao Hua's surprise, Hanju wasn't the first to enter the hall. Instead, he placed his palms together and bowed respectfully outside the hall. In front of him was the collapsed Buddha statue. By Hanju's side, Yi Bing and the others had already prostrated themselves. This Buddha statue was somewhat strange. It was different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. The Buddha statue that Xiao Hua saw earlier, regardless of whether it was complete or broken, Xiao Hua could still feel compassion from it. A feeling of safety and conversion spontaneously arose in his heart. Even if those Buddha statues didn't have heads and he couldn't see their expressions, Xiao Hua could still smell the benevolence of the Buddha statues from the smooth lines of their arms and their palms together. But the Buddha statue in front of him was slightly larger. Its palms weren't placed together, but one of its hands was clenched into a fist and the other a palm. Its arms, waist, and legs all had bulging muscles. A kind of untamed and masculine aura seeped out from the lines of its muscles. When he looked at the Buddha statue's head again, only half of it remained. Xiao Hua glanced over and his gaze was completely attracted by the Buddha statue's single eye. This single eye was the size of a fist. It was round and wide, and a feeling of anger and bloodlust immediately filled Xiaohua's heart. Amid her Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed as he chanted Buddha's name. At the same time, a kind of indescribable heavy pressure emerged from all around him, forcefully suppressing him. Xiaohua took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel a little rebellious. If it was the benevolence of the Buddha statue, then he could prostrate himself, but this kind of heavy pressure made him refuse to accept it. So, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to use his strength to resist it. Plop, plop. Two sounds rang out. Right next to Xiaohua, the two aura-refining disciples who came later couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground and chanted Buddha's name. Although the Buddha statue had collapsed, its Buddhist power was still there. As Xiaohua resisted, the heavy pressure continued to increase. Amid her a clear Buddhist chant came out of Hanju's mouth. Hanju waved his hand, and a dong sound rang out. The small golden bell rang again. This bell sound was like a cool breeze, and it immediately swept away the heavy pressure around Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua sighed in relief and straightened his body. Rather break than bend. Your way of thinking is somewhat different from Buddhism's obedience, Hanju said indifferently. He didn't seem to be blaming Xiaohua. Alas, disciple. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. With this kind of character, I still need to slowly sharpen it. After Hanju's bell rang, Yi Bing and the others also stood up. Hanju said, "You all go in and take a look at your fated chances. This old man has another thing to do. Martial uncle, you should go in and take a look first." Yi said carefully. Disciple doesn't dare to take the lead again. Hihi, it's fine. Hanju waved his hand. This old man wants to see how to activate the third layer of the Buddha formation. Moreover, I need to rely on the power of this Buddha formation to do something, so I can't delay. Yes. Yi nodded. He looked at Xiaohua and the two aura-refining disciples and said with a smile, "The three of you can go in first. Just now, we took the lead, so we have to give it to the three of you." Seeing that Yi was already treating him like Yi, Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "Martial uncle, this matter is related to me, so I can't not stay here. After this matter is over, I'll think about other fated chances." Okay. Yi saw Xiaohua decline and didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and ordered the two aura-refining disciples to enter the main hall first. He and the others also went in later. Seeing that everyone had entered, Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He took out a golden puppet and carefully examined it with his Buddhist awareness. Xiaohua stood guard at the side. Although Hanju didn't say that he was going to wake Jiang Liu up here, Xiaohua understood that since the Buddha's power could suppress him, it could also be used to wake Jiang Liu up. Hanju didn't deceive him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Bing and the others returned. They saw that two of them were holding golden puppets, one of them was holding a small wooden fish, and the other three were empty-handed. Obviously, they didn't get anything. Okay. Hanju put away the golden puppets and said with a nod, "Put away your things and secretly sit down according to the order of the Buddha sect from before." Yes. The six of them were delighted. Inside the main hall, in front of the collapsed Buddha statue, they each sat down under Hanju's guidance. "You, take him out," Hanju said to Xiaohua as he pointed at the center of the puppet. Yes. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and took Jiang Liu out of his spirit storage bag. When Yi Bing and the others saw that Xiaohua actually took out a living person from his spirit storage bag, they couldn't help but be stunned. "This child is fated with our Buddha." Hanju looked at everyone and said indifferently, "He can enter the Nirvana realm at such a young age. In the future, his Buddha sect cultivation will definitely be above ours." At this point, he paused for a moment and said, "Perhaps, the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sect's prosperity will fall on his shoulders. Now that we have received the power of the Buddha formation and the Buddha statue and awakened him from the Nirvana realm, it is a great merit. Not to mention the cultivation of our Buddhism sect, even the legendary Buddha fruit can be easily obtained by us. What kind of opportunity is this? Compared to you finding thousands of golden puppets, it is 100 times better." Yi Bing and the others obviously didn't quite understand. Even Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. He didn't understand what the Buddha fruit had to do with awakening Jiang Liuer. Of course, since Han Zhu said so, Yi Bing and the others would definitely help with all their strength. Xiao Hua was also happy to see this. Actually, to awaken this child with the help of Buddha force, we also need to use his telekinesis to open the door above the hall. Han Zhu explained again. Although this old man didn't look behind the hall, obviously, there isn't a door behind it, right? Indeed. Yi Bing nodded and said. All right, all of you enter a meditative state and send out your Buddha consciousness and telekinesis according to the method this old man taught you earlier. Han Zhu waved his hand and a rare blush appeared on his face as he said, this old man really wants to see what this Buddha child who came out of the Nirvana realm looks like. Moreover, this old man also wants to know where this Jalan temple leads to. Yes, this disciple understands. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Yi Bing and the others were delighted. They understood that what they were about to do was something that had never happened since the Buddha sect was annihilated in the Dawn Rain continent. Furthermore, it was just as Frost Bamboo had said. Doing such a thing was truly more effective than tens of thousands of golden Hus. Xiao Hua glanced at Jiang Liuer, who still had her eyes closed, and also closed his own eyes. Just like before, he faintly released his Buddha consciousness and weak telekinesis without reservation. This time, it was different from before. The telekinesis of the 8 people mixed with Buddha consciousness rushed into the air. It didn't turn into a swastika, but slowly hovered above their heads. Moreover, Xiao Hua felt that this released Buddha consciousness and telekinesis was no longer under his control. Slowly, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 8 small swastikas faintly emitting Buddha light formed above their head. However, these swastikas were not the same. Some were big, some were small, some were simple, some were rich. Han Zhu's swastika was the size of a bowl and even flickered with a trace of golden light. However, Xiao Hua's swastika was the smallest, only the size of a pinky finger. However, this swastika was sparkling and translucent, rotating extremely evenly. Xiao Hua's divine sense couldn't penetrate, but his Buddha consciousness could see clearly. However, his Buddha consciousness couldn't reach far and could only rotate along with his swastika. Gradually, inexplicable Buddha seals were born in this rotation. -11. Chapter 3086. Dang! The bell rang loudly. Han Zhu waved his hand, and the small golden bell flew into the air and landed right on top of Jiang Liuer's head. Along with the sound of the bell, the 8 swastikas suddenly appeared. It was a pure silence. Even the rotating Buddhist seals that Xiao Hua saw also stagnated at this moment. Wang! An inexplicable gale suddenly appeared around the small bell. The sound of the wind was mixed with countless Sanskrit sounds, as if it was the sigh of 10,000 Buddhas. Along with this sigh, the heavy pressure that Xiao Hua previously felt was 1,000 times stronger. It was as if the collapsed Buddha statue had sat up straight and pressed down on Xiao Hua's body out of thin air. Xiao Hua couldn't even move. Now is the time. All of you, offer your Buddhist consciousness and magical power to Buddha. Han Zhu's unusually compassionate voice sounded. Today is the day that Buddhism will prosper, and also the day that silent Buddha will be born. Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood that he was going to awaken Jiang Liuer. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent out his psychokinesis. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's psychokinesis had just been born and was very weak. In a moment, it somewhat showed signs of exhaustion. However, Xiao Hua's tranquil Buddhist consciousness was still sent out without any signs of weakening. But at this moment, just like what Xiao Hua had sensed, a Buddha statue flashing with a faint Buddha light gradually condensed around the small bell. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as the broken Buddha statue that had collapsed in the Jalan temple. At the foot of the Buddha statue was the swastika character that Xiao Hua and the others had dedicated. Looking at the Buddha statue again, it was 10 feet tall. On the face of the Buddha statue was a pair of huge round eyes. The Buddha statue was extremely fierce, as if it wanted to devour all things and see through the world of mortals. Moreover, The arms of the Buddha statue were clenched into fists, and wisps of Buddhist consciousness flowed into the 8 swastikas. At the same time, wisps of psychokinesis also flowed into the 8 swastikas on the other hand. Moreover, the Buddha statue became clearer as the Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis flowed in. Xiao Hua naturally followed his Buddhist consciousness and saw this very natural scene. Moreover, after his Buddhist consciousness entered the Buddha statue, he lost contact with himself. However, Xiao Hua was still willing to give it out. He knew that when the Buddha statue was completed, Jiang Liuer would be awakened. Dong tilde, but at this moment, the small bell in the Buddha statue suddenly rang again. This sound was extremely strange. Xiao Hua's blood vessels, which were originally suppressed tightly by the Buddha statue, jumped for no reason. Immediately after, a buzzing sound came from where Frost Bamboo was. Xiao Hua forced his eyes open and saw a golden Dharma body, which was also 1 jong in size, fly out from Frost Bamboo's body. This Dharma body's appearance was almost exactly the same as the Buddha statue in Jialan Temple. Ah! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Without waiting for him to think more, the Dharma body took a few steps in the air and merged with the golden light of the Buddha statue that had already taken shape. Woo! A huge gust of wind rushed in from outside the dilapidated main hall. An indescribable flow rushed into the Buddha statue's Dharma body along with the gust of wind. Buzz tilde immediately after, a strong rumbling sound came from the Buddha statue's Dharma body. Moreover, the Buddha's light was so bright that it completely blocked Xiao Hua's eyes. His tilde Xiao Hua was shocked. When did the Buddha's light become so dazzling? When did the Buddha's power become so overbearing? Ha 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 tilde. The moment Xiao Hua closed his eyes, Frost Bamboo's slightly arrogant voice came from the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body had now completely solidified. Just as Frost Bamboo's laughter fell, the Buddha statue's Dharma body's clenched fist slightly, 2222. With a series of sounds, 5 relics of different sizes came out from the top of Frost Bamboo's, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' heads and began to slowly rotate above their head. Naturally, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic also produced a huge force, as if it wanted to pull the Buddha relic out of Xiao Hua's body. However, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic also had a Niwen palace, so the force didn't succeed when it tried. Huh! Xiao Hua was puzzled again. What is this for? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua hurriedly opened his eyes again. Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could open his eyes, the Buddha statue's other hand moved again. Frost Bamboo waved his hand slightly. Puff puff puff. 6 consecutive sounds rang out. Apart from Frost Bamboo's and Jiang Liuer's bodies that weren't affected, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' bodies immediately turned into a mass of blood. Moreover, the blood and flesh were immediately sucked into the rotating relics, leaving not a single drop behind. The flesh and blood of the 2 Qi refinement disciples also flew into the swastika above their heads. Whether it was the 4 relics or the 2 swastikas, they all emitted a kind of bewitching red color, which was really strange. Xiao Hua's physical body was also surrounded by a huge force that wanted to crush Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's body had gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations, so how could it be so easily crushed by this force? Although Xiao Hua was almost out of breath from the force, he still didn't have any flesh and blood. Oh! A strange voice came from Frost Bamboo's Dharma body. You're really strange. Your Buddhist awareness is very weak. After cultivating for so many years, you still don't have any relics. Moreover, your body is so tough. It's even more powerful than this old man's glaring Vajra. At this time, seeing that the 6 people had turned into flesh and blood, how could Xiao Hua not know that he and the others had fallen into Frost Bamboo's trap? Suddenly, Xiao Hua had some understanding. He seemed to have said the sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back, and the shore is at hand. These words seemed to have come from the Buddha statue in Jialan Temple. If Frost Bamboo hadn't come here, how could he have known? How could he say that his perception was high? Moreover, those golden puppets in front of the Jialan Temple's main hall were probably arranged by Frost Bamboo. Even the Buddhist array in the shrine, the absorption and replenishment of Buddhist awareness and psychokinesis were all part of Frost Bamboo's trick. It created a kind of illusion that all the Buddhist arrays would replenish themselves. Therefore, in Jalan Temple, the Buddhist awareness and psychokinesis were all sent out without reservation. If one thought about it again, Frost Bamboo was really meticulous. From the moment he met Xiao Hua, he started to create momentum, starting to make Xiao Hua think about his own position, making Xiao Hua make a choice. Even everything that Xiao Hua thought was true in the cave was a lie. It was all arranged to make Xiao Hua fall into a trap. However, Xiao Hua really didn't understand. How could a Buddhist expert like Frost Bamboo not have the compassion of a Buddhist sect? He actually schemed against a junior like himself. Frost Bamboo. Xiao Hua resisted the incomparably huge pressure with his eyes wide open, facing the glaring Vajra's eyes. He said angrily, "You're a Buddhist senior in vain. You actually want to use the flesh and blood of a junior to increase your cultivation. Is this in line with the compassion of a Buddhist sect?" Ha ha ha! Frost Bamboo's avatar burst into laughter. As he waved his hands, a Buddhist seal appeared and hit the 6 blood-red relics. These 4 blood-red relics spun, and under the Buddhist light of the 4 swastikas, they rushed into the relics on Frost Bamboo's body. At the same time, the 2 balls of blood essence also flew into it. Excellent! Frost Bamboo's avatar actually chanted the name of Buddha, and another Buddhist seal flew out. The blood-red relics and Frost Bamboo's relics were suffused with an intense Buddhist light. The countless Buddhist lights were like the image of a glaring Vajra revolving around, gradually fusing these relics and blood essence into Frost Bamboo's relic. Xiao Hua saw that Frost Bamboo actually ignored him, and his heart was greatly shocked. Right now, his magic power was completely suppressed, and he couldn't raise it at all. Whether it was the celestial body enhancement technique or the dragon transformation art, he couldn't use them. Even his spiritual fire, which had always been his last resort, was completely suppressed in his Buddhist heart, unable to move at all. Actually, it wasn't just the spiritual fire, the entire Buddha's relics were suppressed by the Buddhist power. Everything inside seemed to have solidified, and couldn't be used. This is bad. Xiao Hua seemed to be in an unprecedented crisis, and he was no longer as embarrassed as he was now. It was as if a gust of wind was generated. Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira was pulled by a huge force. However, the Buddha Sarira jumped a few times outside of his Niwan palace, but it was still unable to be pulled out. Frost Bamboo's avatar said somewhat strangely, "Xiao Hua, do you have a Buddha's relics or not?" Xiao Hua tried his best to resist the oppressive force, so naturally, he wouldn't answer honestly. Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth and said, "Old thief, who do you think you are? Why do you care if I have a Buddha's relics or not? This young master will not let you off today. Even if this is the ruins of a Buddhist sect, I will still turn it upside down." Ha ha ha! Frost Bamboo laughed and said, "Yes, who do you think you are? Right now, you are facing the power of faith of thousands of Buddhas. Even if you are a Buddha, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist the power of thousands of Buddhas. What's more, where did the ruins of a Buddhist sect come from? It's just a Buddha formation." "Ah, you." Xiao Hua was shocked. This place is actually not the ruins of a Buddhist sect. Hehe, how can there be any Buddhist sect ruins in this world? Frost Bamboo said coldly, "The Buddhist sect has been destroyed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Even if there were any Buddhist sect ruins, I'm afraid it would have been destroyed by the Daoist sect long ago. How could it be left behind until now? I won't hide it from you, this place." When he spoke up to hear, Hanju seemed to have realized something, and he smiled, "You cunning little fellow, no wonder the sword cultivators call you the terrifying phoenix. You really are full of wit. Even at this moment, you still want to get the truth out of me. Do you think I am the kind of person who will say anything? Obediently hand over your life?" Following Frost Bamboo's sneer, even more power of faith came out from the Buddha avatar and pulled Xiao Hua's Buddha's relics out with all its might. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's Buddha's relics are really special. There is a Niwan palace in his stomach, so how can it be pulled out? Frost Bamboo tried a few times but still couldn't pull it out. -11. Chapter 3087. Strange Han Zhu's avatar made a strange sound of astonishment and asked, Xiao Hua, do you have a Sarira or not? Xiao Hua looked at the avatar and coldly replied, is it important whether I have a Sarira or not? While facing him coldly, Xiao Hua quickly thought of a way to deal with it. But in the end, it seemed that he really didn't have any other means besides his wishful staff. Of course it's not important. Han Zhu sneered, I only need to crush your physical body, and everything you have will belong to me. Do I care whether you have a Sarira or not? Xiao Hua's mind slowly entered the space. In this so-called Buddha formation, even his mind couldn't move freely. The Buddhist sect's means were really powerful. However, I'm very curious. Han Zhu calmly said, you are the first Tao sect disciple I have met in 100 years who has the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that, in the end, you would not even be able to cultivate a Sarira. But I feel that you clearly have a Sarira. You really make me puzzled. Xiao Hua snorted again. He was really at his wit's end, so he simply ignored Han Zhu's words. Xiao Hua Han Zhu continued, when I first met you, let's say it was during the Feather Immortal gathering. At that time, you already had Buddhist awareness. Even if you didn't have a Sarira, you should have been able to cultivate your Sarira with that mental cultivation method. But why is your Sarira so strange? Xiao Hua pondered for a long time, then replied indifferently, do you want to know? Then, tell me first, what's going on with this Buddhist sect's ruins? What's so strange about it? Han Zhu laughed, there are no Buddhist sect ruins in this world. What ruins? What treasures? That's just what the world thinks. The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed by the Taoist sect for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. How could there still be ruins? Even if there were any ruins, they would have been completely destroyed by the Taoist sect. This so-called Buddhist sect's ruins is just the Buddha formation left behind by the Buddhist sect on the Xiaoyu continent. It's just a dangerous obstacle that I occasionally encountered in Crouching Buddha Mountain, but Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. He clearly knew that the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect had already come to the Buddhist sect's ruins and even obtained the exquisite stellar derivation pagoda in the ruins. How could it be a simple Buddha formation? Perhaps. Xiao Hua asked again. He asked, this Xiao is a bit strange. The Buddhist sect has always emphasized compassion and sacrifice oneself for others. Even if you just said that you want me to offer my spiritual power and Buddhist awareness, why do you want to devour other people's Sarira? Do you think the Buddhist sect is full of good people? Do you think the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect are all merciful? Han Zhu said mockingly, since the Daoist sect's methods are ever-changing, with some defying the heavens and some obeying the heavens, then the Buddhist sect is the same. There are also bloody cultivation haves. This old man's glaring Vajra cultivation is a secret technique to devour other people's Sarira. Actually, the great strength Vajra Dharma body I gave you also has a way to devour Sarira. It's just that you don't know about it. When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. That's right, back then. I seemed to have devoured other people's Sarira too, right? Unfortunately, you actually failed to live up to this old man's expectations. You didn't succeed in cultivating the great strength Vajra Dharma body. Instead, you cultivated the Phoenix Dharma body. This really puzzles this old man. I'm afraid it's also because of this that the Taoist sect was able to defeat the Buddhist sect and unify the Xiaoyu continent. Han Zhu ignored Xiao Hua as the blood-colored Sarira slowly grew in size, slowly absorbing all the essence blood and Sarira as it spoke. This Xiao and the others. I'm afraid this isn't the first time you sent them into the Buddha formation, right? Xiao Hua asked again. Do you think this old man will answer you? Han Zhu sneered, don't be delusional. Even if you're a terrifying phoenix, even if you're that nascent soul nameless, once you're here, you can only be manipulated by this old man. This Buddha formation is also the Buddhist sect's last resort in the Xiaoyu continent. If nascent soul cultivators fall into it, they'll also end up being devoured by this old man. You actually devoured nascent souls before? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, how could Hanju answer him? He said coldly, "Can you tell me whether you cultivated a Saria or not? This old man hasn't seen your situation in many years." "All right, this Xiao will answer you. This Xiao naturally cultivated a Saria. Otherwise, wouldn't all my years of cultivation have been wasted?" Xiao Hua said indifferently. "That's strange." When Hanju heard this, he became even more interested. "All the disciples of the Buddhist sect whose Saria didn't fly out when my glaring Vajradharma body borrowed the Buddha's power from the Buddha sect. Why are you an exception? Let's talk after you answer this Xiao's question about how you treat this blood relative of mine." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "Hehe, does that even need to be said?" Hanju said with a smile, "This old man wants to see this child's future. If he really has the cultivation of a Buddha, this old man will assist him and also attain Buddha fruit. Otherwise, this old man will first nurture him and then devour him. In other words, you don't plan to awaken him this time?" "Of course," Hanju said without hesitation, "this Nirvana realm is so rare. Even when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, I've never heard of anyone who could enter the Nirvana realm without cultivating a cultivation method. Awakening him now is truly a reckless waste of God's gift." "A reckless waste of God's gift?" Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. In Hanju's eyes, these Buddhist sect disciples seemed to be his captive prey. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua asked again, "Then, what is a Buddha fruit?" This old man has already said before that the Buddhist sect is different from the Daoist sect. Cultivation and achievements are not the same. A Buddha fruit is personally conferred by the Buddha and is the achievement of a Buddha son, while the Buddhist sect's cultivation is the ability to subdue demons and tigers. In other words, the Buddhist sect's ability has nothing to do with a Buddha fruit. Xiao Hua asked. "That's right," Hanju replied, "just as this old man said before, even if you have a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you still might not have the strength to truss up a chicken. Moreover, this old man will not hesitate to tell you that the glaring Vajra cultivation method that I cultivate is related to my ability. I don't seek a Buddha fruit." Damn it. Xiao Hua finally understood that Hanju had probably already devoured a lot of relics to cultivate to such a realm, right? "Xiao Hua, this old man has said so much, you should answer this old man's question. Why is the Prajna Paramita Sutra that you cultivate so strange? This old man has already seen this sutra that day, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it." Hanju asked again. Xiao Hua didn't want to answer Hanju's question, but he knew in his heart that the karma of this world was here. Since he had promised, then he had to answer, otherwise it would become a sin. This Xiao doesn't cultivate the Prajna Paramita Sutra, but the Exquisite Leaf Sutra, Xiao Hua said indifferently. "Ah, Exquisite Leaf Sutra, this. Xiao Hua couldn't see Hanju's expression, but the shock in his tone was obvious. "What's wrong? Is this sutra very powerful?" Xiao Hua asked indifferently. "Mph, you don't know what this Exquisite Leaf Sutra represents." Hanju said coldly, and there was a kind of jealousy in his tone. "If this old man had obtained this sutra, why would I have to work so hard?" "Ha ha ha," Hanju laughed again, "it's really Buddha's blessing. Since he gave you to this old man, even if you cultivate the Exquisite Leaf Sutra, even if you're the future Buddha, so what? You're still food for this old man's glaring Vajra cultivation method." "The dagger is revealed." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "Senior Han, do you want to fight to the death with this Xiao?" "Hehe, what qualifications do you have to fight to the death with this old man?" Hanju sneered. "In this Buddhist formation, only you and I can live." Hanju didn't seem to care about what Xiao Hua thought, as if he was the master of this Buddhist sect. Xiao Hua was silent. Indeed, in this Buddhist formation, Xiao Hua couldn't use all of his Daoist cultivation. He could only use the wishful staff. His Daoist cultivation was now suppressed by the Buddhist formation, so he couldn't use it at all. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua's mind came out of the space, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. "Oh, you can actually use your divine sense." Hanju was really surprised. "What? Are you curious?" Xiao Hua shook his arms, and the wishful staff in his hand turned into a flower, and asked coldly, "You really surprised this old man." Hanju was somewhat happy, This old man really hopes that you are your Imperial Thunder Sect's nascent soul, Wu Ming. This old man swallowed your Saria, so naturally, I can also swallow your Daoist nascent soul. This way, this old man can also answer to the seniors of the Tai Ching sect. Ha ha ha, you wish. Xiao Hua took a step forward and was about to attack the Dharma body of the glaring Vajra. Wait. Hanju stopped him again. This old man also wants to ask you one last question. Speak. The so-called exquisite leaf scripture is the cultivation method of the future Buddha Lord. You have cultivated for so long, why don't you see the Saria? Hanju still didn't give up asking. He was really confused about why Xiao Hua's Saria couldn't be found by himself. He didn't seem to believe what Xiao Hua said just now, so he kept probing again and again. This old Xiao will say it again. This old Xiao naturally has the Saria, but now that it is suppressed by your telekinesis, how can this old Xiao let you see it? Xiao Hua had to answer Hanju's question, and he said it with some luck. Haha, now that everything is in this old man's calculations, even if this old man relaxes his telekinesis, do you think you can jump out of this old man's palm? Hanju laughed, and then the endless telekinesis relaxed. -11. Chapter 3088. Timpi. You are really so confident. Xiao Hua sneered. Sensing the weakening of the pressure, he took the opportunity to release the projection of the Buddha's Saria. A Buddha statue less than 2 feet tall appeared above Xiao Hua's head with incomparable pity. Hiss. Hanju sucked in a breath of cold air, as if suddenly awakening. I understand. I see. In that case, give me your life. Xiao Hua urged the Buddha's Saria. The Saria waved its arm, and the water bottle in its hand slowly poured out the innate true water. Haha, even if you have the Saria of the future Buddha, so what? Hanju sneered. The future is the future, never the present. You will never be a match for the power of thousands of Buddhas. Before his voice fell, he saw an endless surge of power, suppressing Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saria. It was impossible to pour out the innate true water. Even under this heavy pressure, the projection of the Buddha's Saria could not last long and was forced to withdraw in a moment. At the same time, the unparalleled force also suppressed Xiao Hua's body. Even if Xiao Hua snorted and raised the staff, it was as if the staff was waving in a quagmire, extremely slow. I will let you see the power of this old man. Hanju sneered and roared. The Buddha's light flashed on the Vajra Dharma body, and the 9-ringed monk staff that had disappeared before reappeared. With a wave of his hand, the monk staff smashed toward Xiao Hua without hesitation. The seemingly ordinary monk staff at this time actually had incomparable strength. The whistling wind had the power to destroy everything, and Xiao Hua could not dodge even if he wanted to. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, raised the staff in his hand, and shouted, "Shameless thief! You deceiving the world, you really bring shame to the annihilated Buddhism. I will let you see the shocking staff of this old man." As Xiao Hua waved the staff, it actually broke the endless power of imprisonment. The staff drew a mysterious trajectory in the air and hit the monk staff. Xiao Hua didn't have the slightest doubt that this strike under the heavy pressure was already the most powerful strike he could unleash. Even the countless sinister attacks in the past didn't seem to be as magnificent as this one. Peng Tilda. Unfortunately, Hanju's golden Dharmakaya waved the 9-ringed monk staff and hit the wishful staff. A huge force that Xiao Hua had never encountered before came from the monk staff. As soon as the wishful staff touched the 9-ringed monk staff, it was immediately knocked away. A numb feeling came from Xiao Hua's arm and instantly spread throughout his body. Haha, Xiao Hua. Even if you have innate divine strength, how can you compare to the strength of Bodhisattva Wen Qian? Hanju laughed maniacally. I'm borrowing the power of the Buddha formation. How can a mere cultivator from the mortal world be my match? Xiao Hua was speechless. He boasted that his divine strength was outstanding, but he had never thought of competing with tens of thousands of Buddhas. Now, looking at the wishful steel staff that had been knocked away, Xiao Hua's heart was like dead ashes. Xiao Hua, you, accept your fate. Hanju said faintly. Your mission is only to bring your blood relative to me. Moreover, I will leave this child here until he can control this world, until he can become Buddha. I have always despised the idea of I control my fate and not the heavens. After all, human strength can't be compared to the heavens. However, you are not the heavens, and I am not the earth. Although my fate is in the hands of the heavens are not you. Xiao Hua sneered. Even if I die here, I will not bend my knees for you. Ha 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 tilde if you don't bend your knees, who will? Han Zhu laughed. A huge force that Xiao Hua was almost unable to resist came from the wishful Buddha. Xiao Hua really couldn't resist it. With a plop, Xiao Hua could no longer sit cross-legged. His whole body was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Hua supported himself with his arms and blocked the ground. Ha ha ha. Even a humble scholar would have to kneel before the combined might of so many people. You are nothing. Han Zhu laughed loudly. At the same time, the endless suction force was born. Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya jumped and jumped. A tearing force was born from the Niwen Palace, making Xiao Hua feel incomparable pain. Alas Xiao Hua sighed slightly, and the projection of the Buddha Surya came out from his Dharma eye. Han Zhu was stunned when he saw the projection of a 3-foot-long Buddha relic slowly and completely appear in the air. Furthermore, there was a grade 3 lotus throne under the feet of the Buddha relic. You. What's wrong with me? Xiao Hua sneered, ignoring Han Zhu's astonishment. After all, he had seen this kind of astonishment many times. You actually cultivated a 3rd-grade lotus platform, Han Zhu said incredulously. How could you reach the Rugu realm today when the Buddhist sect was annihilated? Rugu realm? Xiao Hua was stunned. But Han Zhu did not explain. Even if you are so arrogant, Ayo, this old man seems to have remembered. Are you that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect? So what if I am, and so what if I am not? Xiao Hua did not answer, and sneered. So what? You are all food in this old man's mouth. Han Zhu also sneered. The blood-red Buddha Surya had grown more than 3 times in size, and it was thrown into the Buddha Dharma body again. Then, a layer of blood-red mixed with golden light flashed in the Dharma body, and a hurricane was thrown into the Dharma body again. The pressure around Xiao Hua's body became even heavier, and Xiao Hua's waist was almost bent over. Ha ha ha. So what if you have the exquisite leaf scripture? In this day and age when the Buddhist sect is in decline, what use can it be? Han Zhu laughed loudly, and his fist and palm moved again, respectively attacking Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya projection. An indescribable tearing feeling came from Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya. Although Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya was still in his body, there were already signs of it collapsing. Xiao Hua coldly snorted, and asked, Han Zhu, you also want to devour my Surya? Of course. Han Zhu said without hesitation, the future Buddha Lord Surya is precisely what this old man covet. This old man never thought that there would be such a day. This old man might also become the future Buddha Lord in the future. Following Han Zhu's answer, strands of Buddhist light in Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya disintegrated, and rushed towards the glaring golden light from where the huge force came from. Wu Tilda at this time, Xiao Hua was really in a desperate situation. His Buddha Surya also slowly danced, replacing his psychokinesis to form a Buddhist seal. Unfortunately, Han Zhu's psychokinesis was even stronger, and did not allow Xiao Hua to do anything. Ha 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 tilde Han Zhu laughed loudly, this is the Buddha formation, how can you be this old man's opponent? You should obediently give up. After saying that, the glaring golden light became even more dazzling, and wanted to take away the Buddha's brilliance. Following this Buddhist light, the glaring golden Vajra strode in front of Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya, and once again attacked Xiao Hua with a palm and a fist. Hua! Like a receding tide, the projection could no longer hold on, and turned into strands of Buddhist light that flowed into the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. Following the disappearance of Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya projection, Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya also gradually collapsed, and this collapse began from the 3rd-grade lotus platform under the Buddha Surya. It was as if when refining, the material was melted by true fire, and turned into balls of golden liquid that rushed into Hanju's Dharma body along with the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm, and Xiao Hua's Buddha Sariya still did not have any resistance. Oh! It seems that the Buddhist fire is somewhat abnormal. Xiao Hua was extremely anxious. Only at this moment did he realize that although the Buddha relic was tightly sealed, the Buddha fire in his Buddha's heart was slowly burning. The faint golden threads in the Buddha fire were not restrained by the frost bamboos thousands of Buddha's psyche power, or perhaps the golden threads and Buddhist fire could resist the psychokinesis of the outside world. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not know how to use the Buddhist fire, nor did he know what the golden threads were. Psychokinesis. Seeing that the third-grade lotus platform was gone, and 30% of the Buddha Sarira had disappeared, Xiao Hua simply did not have any power to fight back under the boundless psychokinesis of the Buddha and the glaring golden Vajra. Seeing that Hanju was about to absorb the Buddha Sarira, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the power of faith that Zhu Xia mentioned. Psychokinesis. Isn't that the power of faith? Since he thought of the power of faith, Xiao Hua also thought of the soul technique of Meng Mountain. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not have any power to fight back, Hanju was somewhat pleased with himself. This Futu Buddha formation is a powerful method that the Buddhist sect uses to exterminate the Daoist sect. Not to mention a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you, even if a nascent soul cultivator came here, they would only be killed by this old man. Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still shallow, and it's impossible for me to invite a nascent soul cultivator here. Once this old man has raised this child up, then, boom. Right at this moment, seeing that Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira was about to completely flow into the glaring golden Vajra's avatar, streaks of dark green light surged out from between Xiao Hua's brows. These streaks of light were like fish swimming under the heavy pressure of the psychokinesis, occasionally letting out thunderous sounds. In the blink of an eye, these green streaks of light gathered together, and a fist-sized green seal script was smoothly formed. An incomparable thunderous sound came from the green seal script. Immediately after, waves of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the entire dilapidated main hall of Jialan Temple. This. How can there be heavenly lightning here? Hanju turned pale with fright. At the same time, he looked at Xiao Hua, whose body was flashing with dark green light. How can you attract lightning in this Futu Buddha formation? Hanju had been scheming since the Feather Immortal Assembly, so how could he not know everything about Xiao Hua? Hanju knew all the methods that Xiao Hua had revealed. That lightning attraction technique was also within Hanju's calculations. However, he was confident that Xiao Hua would not be able to obtain any spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this Buddhist formation, much less attract any heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, Hanju did not know that Xiao Hua had a new encounter in Million Man Mountain. Xiao Hua's lightning flashes and thunder rolls were unleashed, and thousands of lightning bolts surrounded the entire main hall of Jialan Temple. When the lightning bolts rushed into Hanju's glaring golden Vajra's avatar, they also affected Hanju's connection with the Futu Buddha formation. The unceasing flow of psychokinesis could no longer be as smooth as before. -11. Chapter 3089. Not good. Hanju had naturally sensed the power of these lightning bolts. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the Vajra's Dharma body. He could no longer absorb Xiao Hua's Buddha's Sariya. He waved the 9-ringed monk staff and smashed it towards Xiao Hua's body. Right now, the only thing they could do was to destroy Xiao Hua's physical body. Only then would they be able to stop the lightning from falling. Fight. Xiao Hua's wishful staff had now been knocked away. His body could not move at will. He could only wave his hand and take out another mace from the space with difficulty. He used both of his arms to meet the mountain-like 9-ringed monk staff. Boom! There was a loud noise. It was the sound of the monk staff hitting the mace. It was also the sound of thousands of lightning bolts hitting Hanju's Vajra's Dharma body. A heart-wrenching scream came from Hanju's Vajra's Vajra Dharma body. Xiao Hua's arms were also greatly shocked. The mace was actually broken into two and flew to both sides of the hall. Although Xiao Hua's body was extremely uncomfortable from the shock, Xiao Hua's heart was also very calm. Xiao Hua's Buddha's Sarira had experienced a lightning tribulation before. Although each lightning tribulation would destroy the Sarira, he could use the heavenly thunder to reform it. When he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, he was really a little nervous. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to kill Han Zhu with the heavenly thunder, but he would also be helping him. But since Han Zhu was screaming like this, even if his Dharma body could be reborn, he could take advantage of this opportunity to resist again. After the lightning bolts, Han Zhu's Vajra Dharma body was riddled with holes. His angry face showed a painful expression. However, the endless mind power rushed over and quickly repaired the Vajra Dharma body at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Frost Bamboo's body, it was still sitting there. Its thick eyebrows were trembling slightly. Although there was a hint of astonishment in its eyes, Frost Bamboo's body emitted a faint Buddhistic glow that blocked the lightning outside even though the lightning bolt had struck Frost Bamboo. Needless to say, Han Zhu's body must be wearing some kind of lightning-repelling magic tool. Han Zhu was dealing with Xiao Hua. It could be said that he was trying his best. Boom tilde, how could Xiao Hua give Han Zhu a chance to breathe? The soul strands danced in the air, and the two green seal characters of thunder and lightning emerged one after another. Fortunately, before Xiao Hua left Million Meng Mountains, he had performed the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain in front of Elder Wu of Hutu Stockade. As a result, he was able to control the art of thunder and lightning with ease. Rumble, rumble, endless flashes of lightning flickered with heavenly might as they emerged from the void of Jalan Temple's grand hall. They were like swords of the heavens that pierced into the enraged Vajra Dharma body. Although the enraged Vajra Dharma body waved its 9-ringed monk staff in an attempt to block the lightning, the enraged Vajra Dharma body was as thin as a sheet of paper after a few waves of lightning that were denser than the falling rain. Moreover, as Han Zhu screamed, a blurry avatar separated itself from the glaring Vajra avatar and descended towards Han Zhu's body. "You want to leave?" Xiao Hua sneered. His figure suddenly disappeared along with the lightning. When he reappeared, he was right next to the wishful steel rod. Xiao Hua was now close to the level of imperial thunder and could already use the lightning to escape. Even in this Buddhist formation, he had the ability to escape for a while. Hit. Xiao Hua took the wishful steel rod and escaped into the lightning again. His figure appeared behind the enraged Vajra Dharma body. With a roar, he raised the rod and hit Han Zhu's body. Han Zhu sneered. Although he was in a hurry, he was not too flustered. He stood up and urged the enraged Vajra Dharma body to block Xiao Hua's wishful steel rod. His hands formed a Buddhist seal and flipped in mid-air. Dang! The sound of a bell rose into the sky. It was extremely crisp in the midst of thousands of lightning strikes. When Xiao Hua heard the sound of the bell, he immediately felt weak and numb. He could not even hold the wishful steel rod and fell from mid-air. Ch, ignorant child. How do you know the methods of the Buddhist sect? Ouch! Han Zhu sneered. He was originally pleased with himself, but at this moment, with a whoosh, the water bottle in Xiao Hua's Buddha relic's hand finally poured out under the pressure of the thousands of Buddha's psyche force like a jade spring. Innate primordial water? Han Zhu was shocked. How do you have so much innate primordial water? However, although the innate primordial water was extremely powerful and scattered the enraged Vajra Dharma body that did not fall into Han Zhu's body, it rushed to Han Zhu's body and blocked the innate primordial water with a faint Buddhist light. The innate primordial water, which was invincible and could melt everything, could not corrode Han Zhu's defensive Buddhist light. Haha. Han Zhu's expression changed instantly, but when he saw this situation, he laughed again. He looked at Xiao Hua who had fallen and said, "Xiao Hua, your skills are so poor. Give the Buddha Sarira to this old man. Is it that simple?" Xiao Hua was also shocked. He was really impressed by the means of the Buddhist sect, but his face was still calm as he said lightly, What other means do you have?" Han Zhu raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. I'll let you see my power today." As Xiao Hua spoke, he slapped his hand and the sword gourd flew out. He formed a sword seal and pointed his finger. 2 red and green sword lights flew out. How can you move?" Han Zhu turned pale with fright. And you can use magic power? Hanju naturally did not know that Xiao Hua was using a sword. He only thought it was a Daoist Dharma treasure. But even a sword cultivator's sword could not be used here. However, when Hanju looked up, his expression changed again. He saw that he and Xiao Hua were only a few dozen feet apart. It was completely covered by the innate primordial water. The Buddha formation he was so proud of had already been isolated by Xiao Hua's innate primordial water. Even if it's a competition of Daoist Dharma cultivation, do you think this old man is afraid of you? Hanju looked at the sword light that seemed slow but was actually fast. He laughed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could laugh, the spirit-slaying origin light suddenly sped up. It was even faster than lightning and suddenly rushed to Hanju's neck. Ah! Hanju was shocked once again. The Buddha's light around his body shone brightly, trying to block the two beams of spirit execution vital light. However, the spirit execution vital light was slowed down by the Buddha's light and couldn't break through. Hum! At this time, the innate primordial water let out a mooing sound. It was actually the Buddha formation attacking the innate primordial water. The space around Xiao Hua and Hanju quickly shrank. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He opened his mouth again and a wisp of spiritual fire entered the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared under the spirit-slaying vital light. With a soft sound, the two spirit-slaying vital lights turned slightly and instantly rushed through the gap in the Buddha light that was burned by the spiritual fire and rushed into Hanju's neck. Puff tilde with another soft sound, Hanju's head flew into the air with an incredulous expression. His blood also spurted out several feet. Boom! At the same time, the innate primordial water was unexpectedly destroyed by the Buddha formation. Countless water splashed everywhere. However, after Hanju was destroyed by Xiao Hua's spirit-slaying vital light, the heavy pressure of the Buddha sect's psychokinesis quickly receded like the ebbing tide. Just a hair's breadth away. How thrilling! Xiao Hua was pushed down by the psychokinesis pressure again. He fell into the messy main hall and somewhat didn't want to get up. Exhausted, he swept his gaze around and sighed with emotion. This Hanju, although he only has a golden core cultivation, his preparations were too ample. If I didn't use the innate primordial water to isolate the Buddha sect and use the spirit-slaying vital light and spiritual fire in time, even if I had the strength of a nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands today. Then, Xiao Hua lazily sat there and looked at the destroyed Buddha statue. He was secretly surprised. The Buddha sect's methods were not any worse than the Tao sect's. How could they be completely destroyed by the Tao sect? Moreover, Xiao Hua now somewhat understood. The ruins of the Buddha sect, it wasn't that the Tao sect didn't know about it and didn't intend to leave it here. Instead, the Tao sect's cultivators didn't dare to casually enter and were unable to completely destroy it. After resting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua stopped his wild thoughts. He stood up and helplessly looked at Jiang Liuer, who was sitting there. At that time, Xiao Hua and Hanju both had some reservations and avoided Jiang Liuer. That mountain-like psychokinesis pressure seemed to have no effect on the silent Jiang Liuer. Therefore, Jiang Liuer wasn't affected at all. This child, sigh. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. After a long time, Hanju still didn't have a way to awaken her. He only used her as bait to trick me. I still have to think of a way. But that's right, Hanju was the only Buddhist expert that Xiao Hua knew of. Even the 6 Buddhist disciples that came later, Xiao Hua had never seen their faces until they died. Where would Xiao Hua go to find Buddhist disciples? Xiao Hua tidied up the mess in the Jialan Temple's main hall. He put away Hanju's saree, small golden bell, 9-ringed monk staff, and the kasaya wrapped around Hanju's corpse into his space. Then, he took Hanju's storage pouch and used a wisp of true samadhi fire to destroy Hanju's corpse. Xiao Hua even stomped his feet at the place where Hanju's corpse turned into powder. Hanju was truly too sinister. He acted like a kind elder, but secretly plotted to kill Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who had been through many schemes, didn't notice anything fishy until the end. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Hua felt a lingering fear. Then, Xiao Hua looked at his Buddha Sariya that was more than half damaged. He didn't even have the heart to repair it. Han Zhu's blood Sariya, Xiao Hua didn't dare to use it before he figured out the details. He was really afraid that Han Zhu had left behind a backup plan. There were many things in Han Zhu's storage pouch. Xiao Hua looked at most of the jade slips and threw them to the side. He didn't care about any magic tools or treasures. He only picked up the golden bell and the jade slips that recorded Buddhist secrets. After flipping through the jade slips for several days, Xiao Hua finally sighed and pulled his divine sense out of a shabby jade slip. Seeing that there was nothing around him, he waved his hand and put away the jade slip. -11. Chapter 3090. Just as Han Zhu said, Xiao Hua didn't find any information about the Buddhist sect's ruins in Han Zhu's storage pouch. There was only the Buddha formation near the reclining Buddha mountain. Furthermore, Xiao Hua had also found Frost Bamboo's glaring Vajra Heart Sutra from the golden puppets. Although this Heart Sutra also required gradual cultivation steps, it also had a quick-speed Heart Sutra of devouring relics. The golden puppets even clearly stated that the glaring Vajra Heart Sutra was originally a Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. Han Zhu's other golden stallions were also beneficial to Xiao Hua's Buddhist sect cultivation. However, Xiao Hua didn't have any use for them now. After roughly looking through the contents, he accepted them. That's strange. Xiao Hua took out Khan Mingwei's jade slip and looked at it for a long time with a frown. Then, he pinched his chin and looked at the completely shattered Buddha statue and the stone wall in the distance. According to Khan Mingwei's jade slip, there isn't any entrance. However, the distance from here to the reclining Buddha mountain is the same. Xiao Hua thought in bewilderment. Why did Han Zhu's place become a Buddha formation? Or perhaps, is this Buddha formation the ruins that Khan Mingwei mentioned? If I want to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins, do I have to break through this Buddha formation? But since that's the case, what Khan Mingwei and Han Zhu saw should be the same. Why is Khan Mingwei's record different? Or perhaps, the same part is in Jinxie's jade slip. Unfortunately, I don't have Jinxie's jade slip. What should I do? Xiao Hua had the intention to leave this Buddhist formation now and stay far away from this place that almost took his life. However, when he thought of Jiang Liuer in the space and his incomplete exquisite leaf sutra, he still had to stay here and think of a way to find the location of the ruins that Khan Mingwei and Jinxie had mentioned. He was afraid that only there would be the real golden centipede and the real way to awaken Jiang Liuer. Now, I should first practice the method to control this Buddha formation, right? Thinking of Han Zhu's 9 rings monk staff when he first entered the Buddha formation, Xiao Hua felt that he already had an idea. Xiao Hua took out the golden rune related to the Buddha formation and released his Buddhist sense. A golden light appeared and a page with golden rune written on it appeared in Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense. After a few more days, the golden Ni within Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness slowly turned. Fortunately, the 2 arms of the tattered Buddha relic were still intact. The Buddhist seals on the arms slowly danced. Along with these Buddhist seals, the 9 rings monk staff in midair also gradually emitted a faint Buddhist aura along with the Buddhist seals. Come tilde at the end, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic's hands formed a Buddhist seal and hit the 9-ringed monk staff. The monk staff emitted an extremely strong Buddhist light and slowly fell into the relic's hand. Woo! As Xiao Hua waved the 9-ringed monk staff, a gust of wind appeared around the Jialan temple. The telekinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas under Han Zhu's control came again and quickly repaired Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Buddha relic was back to how it was before. Moreover, under the telekinesis, Xiao Hua's exquisite leaf sutra, which had been stagnant for a long time, was once again pushed forward. The 4th-rank lotus platform slowly appeared. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He knew that the previous battle and the damage to the Buddha relic was about to be reborn. He hurriedly closed his eyes and the exquisite leaf sutra slowly flowed. The Buddha relic also flashed with a brilliant Buddhist aura and gradually grew to 4 feet. After a few days, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic grew to a certain extent and could no longer grow. The monk staff in the relic's hand was thrown away. Swordsman. As the relic's hands formed a seal, he spat out a golden word. That golden word was like the full force attack of a golden core cultivator and rushed towards the back wall of the Jalan temple. Boom tilde with a loud sound, countless Sanskrit and golden inscriptions appeared on the stone wall. The entire stone wall was shattered by Xiao Hua's fourth Buddhist divine ability. Damn it tilde this fourth divine ability is actually a demon subduing technique. Xiao Hua looked at the Buddha relic that was somewhat dimming with Buddhist light. He was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. What surprised him was that Buddhism's methods were indeed impressive. His mantra was comparable to a golden core cultivator's attack. How could Buddhism be inferior to Taoism? What pleasantly surprised him was that the 9 runes mantra wasn't just a useless method of transcendence or soul summoning. In the future, there would be 5 more mantras. There would definitely be other surprises left for him. This was an unknown surprise, and it was exactly what Xiao Hua was looking forward to. The stone wall was damaged, but Xiao Hua's Buddha relic was also repaired perfectly. In fact, Xiao Hua was surprised at the first moment. To be honest, with the willpower of tens of thousands of Buddhas, what kind of relic couldn't he cultivate? Why would he need to go against heaven and reason and devour other people's relic? However, Xiao Hua was only surprised for a moment. Then, he understood in his heart that the most important thing wasn't the environment, but the cultivation method to practice. His cultivation method, Jiang Liu's cultivation method, Han Zhu's cultivation method, and even the cultivation methods of the other 6 people. The moment he obtained the cultivation method, all of his fates had already been determined. It wasn't up to him to choose. Go tilde Xiao Hua's Buddha relic's Buddhist seal flipped, and the 9-ringed monk staff flew to Xiao Hua's feet and transformed into a mast. Xiao Hua stepped on it, and the mast rushed toward the back wall of Jalan temple. When it flew out of Jalan temple, it was really as Xiao Hua had seen before. It was another pagoda path, and this pagoda path was extremely long. The end of the pagoda path was another dilapidated temple, but Xiao Hua didn't know the name of this temple. Rise tilde Xiao Hua didn't land on the pagoda path, but the Buddha relic once again activated the 9-ringed monk staff. His entire body flew high, crossing the entire pagoda path, crossing the temple, and ascending to the top of the Buddhist sect. Thus, all of the temples, all of the dilapidated structures were in Xiao Hua's eyes. Great Pagoda Formation. 10,000 Cultivation Pagoda Formation. At this time, Xiao Hua had roughly understood the power of this Buddhist formation. He couldn't help but sigh slightly, and released his Buddhist sense again. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense was unknown how many times stronger than Han Zhu's. It gradually permeated every corner of the pagoda formation like sweet dew. Xiao Hua closed his eyes, looking solemn. The Buddhist light around his body rippled like the sun. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, looked in a direction, and said with a smile, "Looks like this Xiao's idea is correct. There's something strange about this Buddhist formation." That Han Zhu, sigh, he was really ignorant. He missed such an opportunity for nothing. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's relic activated the 9-ringed monk staff. The 9 rings on the staff rushed toward 9 directions of the Buddhist sect. The entire Buddhist sect flickered with endless ripples, like the ripples on the surface of a lake. Under these ripples, a layer of images was revealed. As the entire image was revealed, an extremely powerful suction force appeared somewhere on the pagoda path. At the same time, a series of Buddhist chants rang out. Xiao Hua's body and his relic were unable to resist and were sucked in. Thousands of illusions appeared, as if he had experienced dozens of worlds. Xiao Hua's eyes flickered slightly, and when he looked again, everything had changed. The ruined temple had disappeared, and the pagoda path in front of the temple had also disappeared. In its place were tens of thousands of broken Buddha statues. These Buddha statues were different from the Buddha statues in the previous temple. Each Buddha statue was independent, and each Buddha statue had broken limbs. Some were completely collapsed, and some were crooked and collapsed. At the same time, each Buddha statue was filled with compassion and compassion. Each Buddha statue was like a world of its own. Hissed Xiao Hua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with death, destruction, decadence, and despair. However, these tens of thousands of Buddha statues were like tens of thousands of sprouts. Each of them emitted a kind of vitality, and when these tens of thousands of vitality gathered together, it was an indescribable brand new 10,000 Buddha diagram. Xiao Hua's voice, which was close to a groan, came out from his throat. He already understood that under the incomparably powerful Great Pagoda formation, the destroyed Buddhist sect was the sprout of another Buddhist sect. This was the 10,000 Buddha diagram, the forms of tens of thousands of Buddhas, the comprehension of tens of thousands of Buddhas becoming Buddhas. It was an existence comparable to the 3,000 great Taos of the Tao sect. What Zhen Xie and Khan Mingwei saw was precisely this 10,000 Buddha diagram. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the meaning of the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram, or perhaps they didn't know that this 10,000 Buddha diagram was the sprouts left behind after the Buddhist sect was destroyed. Therefore, they eagerly hoped for even more Buddhist sect divine abilities, and instead gave up on the final great Tao. Xiao Hua sneered. Moreover, that frost bamboo seemed to have fallen into the pagoda formation from the very beginning, which was in line with his glaring Vajrahat technique. He could only fall into the minor Tao of the Buddhist sect's protector, and could never fall into the great Tao of the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know that the great Tao to the heavens was already in front of his eyes? He released his Buddhist consciousness again, and even the Buddha Surya fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't dare to extravagantly hope that he could comprehend any of the Buddha statues and comprehend the Buddha's realm. He only wanted to take this 10,000 Buddha diagram for his own use. Unfortunately, even though the Buddha Surya was released, the 10,000 Buddha diagram didn't have any reaction in the end. What should I do? Xiao Hua slightly frowned. After thinking for a moment, the Buddha Surya once again chanted the 9 syllables of truth. The 4 syllables of truth, Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe, rushed into the 10,000 Buddha diagram one after another. As these syllables fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram began to flicker with a faint Buddhist light. Excellent. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He understood that his probing was effective, so he was even more generous with his Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis to send the 9 syllables of truth into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, one after another. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram seemed to be floating like a picture. The tens of thousands of tattered Buddha statues began to move. Waves of vibrations comparable to the Great Tao emerged from the 10,000 Buddha diagram, and they converged and rushed into Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya. -11. Chapter 3091. Boom. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the entire Buddha Surya was completely obliterated by the fluctuations in just a moment. There was almost no resistance, and Xiao Hua couldn't put up any resistance. At the same time, in the Buddha Surya, where the Mudpill Palace was located, the Buddhist light rippled outside the seal. It was more dazzling than the aurora or the 7 colors, and a small Buddha Surya began to slowly condense again. The psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas that had previously disappeared was engulfed in all directions again. The entire Buddha Surya seemed to be inflated. An indescribable feeling, even more wonderful than Xiao Hua's comprehension of the way of the heavens, slowly filled the Buddha Surya. And the moment the Buddha Surya condensed, the 10,000 Buddhas painting flew out from under the Futu Buddhist sect like a scroll, rushed to the outside of Xiao Hua's Surya, and wrapped around it, turning into a kasaya. This kasaya was faintly discernible and not substantial. The tens of thousands of different Buddha statues turned into wisps of Buddhist light that flowed outside the Surya. It was this Buddhist light that made up the entire kasaya. What was special was that these seemingly extremely damaged Buddha statues actually changed slightly as they flowed outside the Buddha Surya. Although this change was minuscule, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness was able to feel it. The Buddhist sect left this 10,000 Buddhas painting to find an heir to the Buddhist sect, and the exquisite leaf scripture that I cultivate is exactly what Hanju said, the Surya of the future Buddha Lord. Won't this 10,000 Buddhas painting immediately recognize me as its master? Xiao Hua was proud, but when his Buddhist sense looked at the original 10,000 Buddhas painting again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The tens of thousands of worn-out Buddha statues were still there, and they didn't disappear just because Xiao Hua's Buddha Surya had the 10,000 Buddhas. There was no such thing as the 10,000 Buddhas painting recognizing Xiao Hua as its master. However, the current 10,000 Buddhas painting was different from before. It was like a layer of slow-flowing waves, and a layer of hazy images appeared under this flow. Damn it, what are you doing? Xiao Hua was a little confused by these methods, and then he urged the 9-ringed monk staff to rush into the flow of the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Whoosh! A sound like the sound of water rang in Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua's figure fell under the 10,000 Buddha painting. As the 10,000 Buddha painting disappeared, a completely dilapidated building appeared under the 10,000 Buddha painting. These buildings were very similar to the 480 temples, but upon closer inspection, they were completely different. This was the true Buddhist sect ruins. Sigh. Xiao Hua looked at the Buddhist Surya wrapped in a layer of specious kasaya, then at the 10,000 Buddhas diagram above his head. Finally, at the real Buddhist ruins, he couldn't help but sigh. The Buddhist sect's methods are indeed profound. Presumably, countless Daoist sect cultivators have fallen on the Buddha path, and countless Buddhist sects arhats have fallen in the 10,000 Buddhas diagram. What 10,000 Buddhas is Buddha sect's 10s Buddhas? Even people as strong as Khan Mingwei and Jin Xie could only observe the small details, and didn't know the overall situation. In the end, they fell into the so-called Buddhist sect ruins, and could no longer escape. The Buddhist sect ruins they were talking about should be the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Because they didn't have the Buddha Surya, they couldn't open the 10,000 Buddhas painting, and the exquisite leaf sutra and the exquisite derivation pagoda they obtained became the proof for me to become the future Lord Buddha. As for the exquisite leaf sutra and the exquisite derivation pagoda, the Buddhas of Buddha sect deliberately left them on the 10,000 Buddhas painting, or even on the Buddha path, wanting to leave behind their inheritance. As for the nascent soul masters and spirit-severing masters, they probably knew that they couldn't defeat the 10,000 Buddhas' mental power, so they didn't dare to enter. This is why the Buddhist sect ruins have always been a legend, and it has been passed down until now. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the thousands of ruins, and he said with some sadness, "These ruins. I'm afraid they are the real ruins, and not some illusion." Before the Buddhas of Buddha sect died, they gathered the divine abilities of many Buddhas and moved the thousands of ruins of the Dawn Rain continent here. Making them into such ruins, the Dawn Rain continent no longer has the thousands of temples, thousands of Buddha statues, and thousands of mental power from the Buddhist sect's time of prosperity. The divine abilities of Buddha sect are nothing more than this. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated the divine abilities of Buddha sect's Buddhas. When his Buddhist sense overlooked the entire Buddhist sect ruins like a bird's-eye view, another powerful force swept out from somewhere in the ruins. Xiao Hua didn't have any chance to resist, and with just a thought, he fell into a mysterious place that even spirit-severing cultivators couldn't detect. Hiss! Xiao Hua only felt a strong force holding him, and this force wasn't something he could resist. His entire body rapidly fell, and some light flashed before his eyes, and his body stopped again. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Mt. Meru Mountain? 3,000 great worlds. What that bastard Hanju said was actually true. In front of Xiao Hua was an incomparably huge mountain. The top and bottom of the mountain were relatively thick, and only the middle was relatively thin, like a lampstand. Below the mountain was a boundless sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there were bones, skeletons, and completely tiny monsters. It was no different from the sea of bitterness Xiao Hua saw on the pagoda path. Looking at Mount Meru again, the Buddhist light lingered, and he couldn't see the specifics clearly. The faint Buddhist sound entered his ears, and the dang-dang of a wooden fish was slowly knocked. It was a scene of peace and bliss. Excellent. Xiao Hua couldn't help but put his palms together, and a kind of piety arose from his heart. Few tilde just as Xiao Hua was piously bowing, he saw a Buddhist light rush out from Tusita heaven on Mount Meru like a rainbow, and it landed at Xiao Hua's feet. Amitapa tilde another compassionate Buddhist chant came from Tusita heaven, and along with this Buddhist chant, countless sounds came from all over Mount Meru. It was as if before Xiao Hua came, Mount Meru was asleep, and Xiao Hua's arrival awakened it. No way. Xiao Hua was surprised. Could it be that on Mount Meru, there is still a living Buddha? And there is more than one Buddha? Just as the doubt in his heart arose, the Buddhist light brought Xiao Hua's figure to the top of Mount Meru. Sure enough, the Buddhist sect's methods were meticulous. Xiao Hua's figure moved, and immediately, heavenly flowers fell from the sky around him. Faint Sanskrit sounds could be heard, and countless celestial beings were also born. Each of them was vivid and lifelike illusions. Xiao Hua's vision blurred, and he was already in front of a tall Buddha statue. With Xiao Hua's current cultivation, he didn't even realize how he came here. His mind was still in the illusion from before. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly put his palms together and bowed. Disciple. Xiao Hua greets the Buddha Lord. The Buddha statue flashed with Buddhist light. It was very tall, and the top couldn't be seen at a glance, and it was also impossible to see the face of the Buddha statue. But whether it was Xiao Hua's first glance or the moment he bowed, the Buddha statue was reflected in Xiao Hua's eyes. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. The ears were over the shoulder, the face was compassionate, and the arms were at the shoulder level. One hand pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the earth. In Xiao Hua's eyes, the compassionate face was somewhat similar to his own appearance. Furthermore, behind the head of the Buddha statue, there was a round mirror-like surface. The surroundings of this mirror were burning with orange karmic fire, and the Buddhist light in the mirror was overflowing. It was as if there were thousands of worlds, and thousands of fairies and heavenly flowers. Xiao Hua bowed and didn't dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for the Buddha Lord's instructions. Another half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, but he didn't hear any reply. Instead, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras from before gradually became softer, and even disappeared. Only then did Xiao Hua slowly raise his head. That Buddha statue was still a Buddha statue, like a high mountain, giving off the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. But at the same time, Xiao Hua's Buddha relic gave off an eager feeling. If Xiao Hua's Buddha relic didn't have a Niwan palace, perhaps it would have already jumped out of Xiao Hua's body, right? Xiao Hua's heart was moved, and he hurriedly projected the Buddha relic in front of Xiao Hua through the swastika character between his eyebrows. The moment the Buddha relic projection appeared, a golden light was projected from the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, and this golden light covered the entire projection. Xiao Hua's exquisite leaf sutra was originally incomplete, and this Buddha relic was also incomplete. But in this golden light, all the flaws in the projection were slowly mended. Of course, this kind of mending wasn't a complete mending, but a kind of outline. The outline of the Buddha relic projection was completely mended. In contrast, the Buddha relic in Xiao Hua's body was also miraculously mended, just like when the Buddha relic was released from the body. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, and he bowed to express his thanks. But at this time, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again, and with a wave of his hand, the exquisite pagoda flew out and landed in the other hand of the Buddha relic. Dang dang. A few more bell sounds came from the mirror behind the Buddha Lord's head, and 2 more golden lights were emitted from it, landing on the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. After the golden light passed, the broken clear water bottle not only recovered, but it also emitted a faint Buddha light. But the willow branch in the clear water bottle still didn't move. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that the exquisite pagoda was also completely mended. Above the empty grooves, except for the last 3 grooves on the topmost layer, everything else had been mended. Excellent Xiao Hua was really satisfied. He had been searching for these gold leaves for many years, but he didn't have any clues. He didn't expect to find so many in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. However, he was slightly cursing in his heart. If he didn't find more gold leaves, Would he still be able to replenish them in the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he put away the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. Then, he took out the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk staff, and the small golden bell he obtained from the frost bamboo. -11. Chapter 3092. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, this time it wasn't as straightforward as before. After a while, 4 golden lights fell. In addition to the Buddhist light on the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk staff, and the small golden bell, there was also a golden puppet in front of Xiao Hua. It seemed to be even more stingy than Xiao Hua. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiao Hua was very happy. His greedy little plan was finally satisfied by this Buddha Lord. He hurriedly waved his hand and put away the Buddhist artifacts, as well as the golden puppet and the Buddha's Surya projection that he didn't have time to check. Then, he took Jiang Liu out of the space, bowed, and said, "This is the Bodhisattva who is fated with our Buddha. Buddha Lord, please be merciful and wake her up." Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Liu came out, a huge bell rang from outside the Tusita heaven. It was as if there was a big movement on Mount Meru. Not only did the Tusita heaven tremble, but even Mount Meru shook a little. Then, a strong golden light came out of the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, enveloping Xiao Hua and Jiang Liu. The golden light was trembling extremely, as if the Buddha Lord was angry at Xiao Hua's insatiable greed. Then, a faint suction force came out of the golden light, and Xiao Hua and Jiang Liu's figures slowly fell into the mirror. That's right. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Jiang Liu is practicing the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, not the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. I'm afraid the corresponding Buddha Lord is not this one, right? This bell should be to send Jiang Liu to another Buddha Lord, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua didn't resist the suction force. He pulled with his hand, and it was Jiang Liu's arm. When the two of them fell into the mirror at the same time, Xiao Hua's eyes darkened slightly. Then, countless thunderclaps sounded, and endless rain fell on his body. Ayo, what layer of sky is this? There's wind and rain. Xiao Hua was stunned. The golden light protecting his body involuntarily spread out, protecting Jiang Liu. But at this time, Xiao Hua was shocked again. Not good. On Mount Meru. How can I use the Tao sect's magic? At the same time, he had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua released his divine sense and saw the thousands of mountains around him, as well as the rolling thunderclouds and earth-shattering rain above the mountains, Xiao Hua's heart turned coal. Xiao Hua had already been sent out of the Buddhist sect ruins. How can this work? Xiao Hua is dumbfounded. This Xiao is going to the Buddhist ruins. Isn't it to wake Jiang Liu up? How can we go back empty-handed? Just now, was it this Xiao's greed that made the Buddha Lord angry? Thinking of his actions just now, Xiao Hua was very regretful. Almost without thinking, he hurriedly sent Jiang Liu into the space again. He released his Buddhist awareness, trying his best to find his location and the location of the reclining Buddha mountain so that he could enter the Buddhist sect again. He had already decided that this time, he would no longer take out any Buddhist tools or golden puppets. He wanted to take Jiang Liu out of the space and place her in front of the Buddha Lord. Unfortunately, the night was dark and the rain was heavy. Even with his Buddhist awareness, Xiao Hua couldn't find any trace of the reclining Buddha mountain in this unfamiliar place. This Xiao knows where the reclining Buddha mountain is. I just need to find a cultivator and ask, won't that be enough? Xiao Hua thought to himself. After roughly looking around, he hurriedly flew in a certain direction. An hour passed. Xiao Hua didn't see any figures, nor did he see anything else. In front of him, apart from the night, there was only the rain. The night seemed endless, and the rain also seemed endless. This made Xiao Hua's heart more and more anxious, and more uneasy. Catcher! Just as Xiao Hua was hurriedly flying away, a bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night for several kilometers to the left. Xiao Hua's tall, thin and anxious figure impressively appeared in midair. Xiao Hua. Two exceptionally surprised voices came from the edge of the light. Immediately after, two powerful divine senses rushed over like a wave, sweeping past Xiao Hua and immediately locking onto him. Who is it? Xiao Hua was originally feeling ashamed, angry, and regretful. He was about to use the lightning escape technique in this lightning, but unexpectedly, he heard a soft voice within the sound of thunder. At the same time, he was astonished, and at the same time, his divine sense swept out. Boom! When Xiao Hua's divine sense came into contact with the other party's seemingly solid divine sense, it was immediately repelled. Even Xiao Hua's mind was roaring. Nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Hua immediately understood his situation. Moreover, those two divine senses firmly locked onto him. How could there be any good things waiting for him? An incomparable fear immediately emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua didn't even think about it. Lightning flashed around his body, and he immediately used the Imperial Thunder Guard, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how high Xiao Hua's cultivation was, no matter how fast his lightning escape technique was, he was now very close to the two nascent soul cultivators. The two nascent soul cultivators turned into rainbows a few li away, and at the same time, they rubbed their hands together. Countless silver rays fell into the air, and then disappeared. Xiao Hua had just urged his magic power, but he felt that the surrounding space was already imprisoned by magic power. It was the same as when he was imprisoned by the thousands of frost bamboo Buddha's divine sense in Jialan Temple. Granny, I just left the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Xiao Hua's teeth creaked as he anxiously thought, how can I live like this? Xiao Hua knew that in the face of two nascent soul cultivators, he couldn't have any slack. He roared to boost his courage, and took out the wishful staff. The dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique in his body began to revolve. His golden core was also agitated. True essence rushed into his meridians like a flood bursting a dam, and wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy also poured into his body from the surface of his body. Xiao Hua let out a roar. This full-strength staff really broke the imprisonment of the two nascent soul cultivators. Xiao Hua didn't even look back as he fled into the distance. He only flew a few zhong when a powerful force was born in front of him. It was like an incomparably tall giant wall blocking Xiao Hua's front. Xiao Hua crashed into it, and the brilliance of his whole body shone brightly. He couldn't move even half a step. Whoosh! A wisp of crimson spiritual fire flew out of Xiao Hua's mouth like a silk thread, and in a moment, it burned through the giant wall that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out, and his body was like a gust of wind, passing through the spiritual fire and rushing into the distance. Yi! This Xiao Hua is indeed powerful. Needless to say, the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators chasing after Xiao Hua were naturally Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi. When Daoist Du Yi saw his spell being defeated, he was alarmed and said with some surprise, "Hehe, this is a nascent soul nameless." Shan Shengzi didn't find it strange, otherwise, our master wouldn't have let us take action. That's right. Daoist Du Yi nodded, but at the same time, he cried out in alarm, "Not good, Daoist Shan Shengzi. Let's take turns casting magic. We must not let him use the lightning escape technique at full strength." This old man sees that his lightning escape technique is about to catch up to Master Qian Lei. That's right, when we were discussing that day, this old man said that you know a secret technique that can restrict the lightning escape technique. Naturally, this old man will use it now. How can I let him escape from our hands? Shan Shengzi turned his hands slightly, as if he was twisting something, and said with a confident smile, in order to capture this guy, this old man specially recomprehended this technique. You won't let him escape easily. However, this guy's lightning escape technique is really beyond this old man's expectations. It can actually catch up to Master Qian Lei. Of course, if not, do you think that Daoist Lei Meng of the Thunder Palace will be chasing after us? I'm afraid that he also knows that we are looking for Xiao Hua. As Shan Shengzi opened his mouth, a blood arrow fell into the air. As Shan Shengzi grabbed it with his hand, several spells were cast into it, and the blood arrow turned dark. Like a snake the size of a thumb, It rushed into the void and disappeared. Blood curse. Daoist Du-Yi's heart trembled, and a trace of thoughtfulness appeared on his face. Alas, Shan Shengzi sighed, this old man has used up his profound qi to cast the secret technique, but I'm afraid that I can't do anything to Lei Meng anymore. Humph. Good luck, Lei Meng. Daoist Du-Yi took a look at Xiao Hua, who was struggling in the distance, and said coldly, if Xiao Hua didn't suddenly appear here, we might have set up an ambush and killed him tonight. Since Xiao Hua has already appeared, we don't have to meet him face to face. Xiao Hua is now an abandoned disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Master Qian Lei wants to take back the punishment order, as long as Xiao Hua falls into our hands, he will never be able to take it back. The Imperial Thunder sect will always be the laughingstock of others. That's true. Although Shan Shengzi's face was somewhat pale, the magic power in his body was rapidly surging. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was about to approach, with some puzzlement, and said curiously, this Xiao Hua suddenly disappeared in Haoming City. He should have used some secret technique to disguise himself. We just guessed that he passed through Mo Jiao and Black Forest, but in Meng Kingdom, there is no trace of Xiao Hua at all. We were like headless flies running around randomly. Tonight, how did he suddenly appear in front of us? Where did he go? What did he do there? It's really mysterious. There doesn't seem to be any secret area nearby. Hee, won't we know once we capture him? Daoist Du-Yi sneered, and then he didn't forget to remind Shan Shengzi, after we capture Xiao Hua, we have to discuss how to report to our respective masters. Don't worry about this, fellow Daoist. Shan Shengzi smiled, and then said in astonishment, oh, no. Just when Shan Shengzi and Daoist Du-Yi thought that they had already captured Xiao Hua, they saw the sword light around Xiao Hua's body flourish, and a huge sword gradually appear. The quagmire that Shan Shengzi used to trap Xiao Hua was also defeated by Xiao Hua. This Xiao Hua is really too powerful. Shan Shengzi blurted out, if we give him another 100 years, we won't be his opponent even if we join hand. -11. Chapter 3093. Hehe, what a pity. He won't have another 100 years. If you let him escape from our hands today, you and I would have cultivated to the middle nascent soul stage in vain. Daoist Master Du-Yi sneered. In this distance of a few li, a middle nascent soul stage cultivator had enough means to trap a golden core stage cultivator, even if he didn't release his nascent soul. Daoist Master Du-Yi had already prepared the spell in his hand when Shan Shengzi cast the spell. At this time, he just waved his hand and a ray of golden light flew out. Tens of thousands of flowers grew near Xiao Hua's sword. Every time the golden petals burst, they produced a powerful force, blasting Xiao Hua's sword out of the giant sword. Wasn't this the method Xiao Hua used to deal with the sword cultivators of the Huan country? The karma of this world was really unpleasant. At the same time these tens of thousands of flowers burst, wisps of ink-black blood appeared in the void. These wisps of blood were very difficult to detect. Along with the impact of these petals, they flew into Xiao Hua's flickering sword light and quickly disappeared. It's really karma. This Xiao just came out of the Buddhist ruins and encountered such karma. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The sword light around his body was still flickering. He was depressed in his heart and slowly turned around in midair. He calmly looked at the two nascent soul stage cultivators who were already close to him. At this point, what was the use of panicking? Xiao Hua just couldn't figure out why these two nascent soul stage cultivators were making things difficult for him. Maybe it's that seal. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to a kind of intuition. It was as if the answer he had been looking for was now in front of him. He couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. Two martial ancestors. However, Xiao Hua still pretended to be calm and asked loudly, "Why are you blocking this junior's path? Why do you want to escape when you see the two of us?" Daoist Master Du-Yi and Shan Shengzi came together and said with a smile, "Martial ancestor, how do you know that this junior is Xiao Hua?" Xiao Hua looked at the two people and then looked at the place where he couldn't escape. Suddenly, he thought of something and the hand in front of his chest slightly withdrew. Terrifying Phoenix, nameless nascent soul, Which one of them isn't famous in the three kingdoms of cultivation? Perfected Deity and Shan Shengzi had already closed in on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who was only at the Golden Core realm and could barely resist an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, had already fallen into a desperate situation. Therefore, Shan Shengzi asked with a smile. Xiao Hua's expression changed, and he said coldly, "So the two grandmasters were spies from Huan country." "Spy? Ha ha ha." Reverend Deity laughed and pointed his hand. The golden flowers rushed out behind Xiao Hua, completely blocking his path. "Junior doesn't know the two grandmasters." Xiao Hua was very puzzled and asked curiously, "Junior doesn't know why the two grandmasters?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua suddenly clasped his hand in front of his chest and muttered something. He raised his hand, and a faint green light flashed, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Perfected Deity and Shan Shengzi were in it. Not good. The green light flashed past the two nascent soul realm cultivators, and they immediately sensed a very terrifying aura. While they knew that things weren't good, they hurriedly urged their magic power to protect themselves, and at the same time, they hurriedly separated and flew to Xiao Hua's two side. Unfortunately, even if the two were as strong as mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators, it was too late to react. A clear gar sound was heard, and it was unusually loud in the night sky. From Xiao Hua's hand, a huge phoenix phantom rushed out, as if it was reborn after nirvana. The green light that formed the phoenix phantom rolled up the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in an instant, it sucked out everything within a few miles. An indescribable imprisonment shrouded several miles. Wasn't this the phoenix illusion that Xiao Shenrue exchanged for with mid-grade spirit stones in Jinghua City? It was originally hidden in front of Xiao Hua's chest, and even when he encountered 3 second-grade sword transformation realm swordsmen, he was not willing to take it out. Until today, Xiao Hua no longer had any means to escape from the joint attack of the two mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators. Xiao Hua had no choice but to activate the phoenix illusion, which he regarded as a treasure, and recite the dozens of words to activate this rare Phoenix Jade Talisman. As expected of the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the Cyan Phoenix shadow completely covered immortal Deity and Shan Shengzi. Within a few miles, the cyan light rotated rapidly, and in a moment, it turned into vortexes thinner than hair. In the middle of these vortexes was the void. The entire Phoenix shadow pounced on the two cultivators at the middle stage of Yuanying realm, just like a real void storm. Seeing the terrifying destructive aura approaching, Perfected Deity and Shan Shengzi's expressions changed greatly. Without hesitation, they waved their hands, and a dozen or so magic treasures of various colors flew out from their storage pouches, each flashing with a strange brilliance and blocking in front of the two. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the green light passed, the dozens of magic treasures were immediately riddled with holes and their brilliance immediately dimmed. The two of them hurriedly tried to fly up, but in the shadow of the phoenix, the two of them couldn't move at all. The two waved their hands almost at the same time, and the magic treasures that were destroyed exploded one after another. The impact of the explosion was very fierce, and it blocked a lot of the green light. However, after the magic treasures exploded, the green light still rushed into the two's protective brilliance. Almost at the same time, a colorful brilliance appeared above the two's heads, and two nascent souls emerged from the top of their heads. Each of them was holding a ring in their hands, but the two rings were different in color, one black and one white. Sure, the rings in the hands of the nascent souls were activated, and a black and white halo covered the two from top to bottom. After the halo fell, the two nascent souls looked a little dispirited, and at the same time, it disappeared into the two's bodies. Sigh, sigh, sigh. The sound of a silkworm swallowing mulberry leaves sounded, and the void storm finally fell into the black and white halo. As the two expected, the black and white halo was immediately hit with a complete hole, and it was annihilated in a moment. Then the brilliance of the two shone brightly, and at the same time, it trembled rapidly. After a few breaths, the brilliance was annihilated. The two's figures seemed to have been seriously injured, and they fell from mid-air. Especially Shan Shengzi, there was black blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, and his face was abnormally pale. The two nascent soul middle stage cultivators fell from mid-air, and the green light of the Phoenix Phantom also disappeared. Within a few miles, the mountains that were just washed by the rainstorm, the trees, and everything else disappeared. It was as if they had never existed, and a chasm of a few miles in size was born out of thin air. After the time to drink a cup of tea, Immortal Du-yi and Shan Shengzi flew from the ground to mid-air again. After taking the elixir, the two's complexion had improved. However, under the Phoenix Jade Talisman, the corrosive power was far from being remedied by elixirs and meditation. They were afraid that they would have to work hard for dozens of days to recover. Damn this brat! Immortal Du-yi swept out his spiritual sense, and when he saw that Xiao Hua had flown dozens of miles away, he couldn't help but scold angrily, "I will capture him, and I will make him beg for death." Cough cough. Shan Shengzi coughed twice, which was rare for him. The magic power around his body surged, and he reminded, "Fellow Daoist Du-yi, we'd better hurry up. That guy's thunder escape technique is very fast. If we delay for a moment, I'm afraid we can't catch up with him." Immortal Du-yi said, and he also turned into a rainbow. Following Shan Shengzi into mid-air, he asked again, "Fellow Daoist, when will your secret technique take effect?" "There is still half an hour," Shan Shengzi replied after thinking for a while. "Ah, half an hour." Immortal Du-yi smiled bitterly. "In another half an hour, that guy's magic power will be exhausted. If he doesn't escape from our sight, he will fall into our hands." "Hey, that guy, how can he fall into our hands so easily?" Shan Shengzi sneered, "In my opinion, even if it is 20 hours, I'm afraid it will not be easy for us to capture him." Immortal Du-yi couldn't refute it. After all, they were close at hand just now. Two cultivators at the nascent soul middle stage couldn't capture Xiao Hua. Now that Xiao Hua had escaped far away, they really didn't know when they could catch up with him. "You and I will split into two directions." Immortal Du-yi glanced at the direction where Xiao Hua went and suggested, "Since his direction is the Kueha Sea, we will force him to fly to the depths of the Kueha Sea. When the spiritual power of heaven and earth is exhausted, he will fall into our hand." Yes, that should be the case. Shan Shengzi naturally had the same idea, but when they separated, he didn't forget to shout, "Fellow Daoist Du-yi, even if you go to the Kueha Sea, you can't go too far. It's too dangerous inside." "I know. How can we let him escape to the Kueha Sea?" Immortal Du-yi nodded, "I don't believe that he has a second jade talisman." Immediately, the two of them chased after Xiao Hua from two sides. Just as Shan Shengzi said, within half an hour, Xiao Hua's speed surpassed the two of them. The distance between the three of them was getting bigger and bigger, but this distance was only about 200 miles, which was not beyond the range of the two's spiritual sense. However, after half an hour, Xiao Hua's flying speed gradually slowed down. The two of them were overjoyed when they saw this. They sped up and slowly closed the distance. Of course, although the distance was slowly closing, it took a long time. In a flash, several hours had passed and the sky was already bright. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Hua felt that although the magic power in his body was still running smoothly, when the magic power was sent into the thunder escape, it always disappeared for no reason. The magic power that disappeared became more and more with the passage of time. By the fourth hour, nearly half of it had disappeared. This half was enough to drag Xiao Hua's thunder escape down a lot. From the very beginning, Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense could no longer detect the traces of Immortal Du-yi and Shan Shengzi. Now, the two of them appeared in the range of Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense. -11. Chapter 3094. Damn it. I'm really going to die. At this speed, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days for them to catch up to me. These are two mid-nascent soul cultivators, how can I escape? Xiao Hua's battle with Daoist Jingyu in the past had benefited him greatly, so he came to a conclusion after a little thought. Daoist Jingyu was only an early nascent soul cultivator, while Daoist Du-yi and Shan Shengzi were mid-nascent soul cultivators, even close to late nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, although these two were not cultivators of Imperial Thunder Sect, they were proficient in flying techniques and were not much slower than Daoist Chen Lazy of Imperial Thunder Sect. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation had improved a lot compared to the past, and his lightning escape technique was also much faster, it was extremely difficult to escape from the encirclement of these two people. Where is the front? Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient as he looked into the distance. There was a slight halo in the bright area. Why is it the direction of Kueha Sea? Xiao Hua raised his brows, and his heart sank. He couldn't help but hesitate. He always had a deep understanding of his sense of direction and luck, but he didn't expect that just after he used the Phoenix illusion, his luck would immediately turn bad. Going to Kueha Sea, that's a dead end. I must return to Shi country, or at least fly to Huan country. Xiao Hua's heart moved. Taking advantage of the fact that Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi were still some distance away from him, he hurriedly turned around and flew towards the north. If it was before, I could still escape back to Imperial Thunder Sect to hide. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua's heart was sad again. But now, I'm a lonely ghost. Where can I hide? Huan country. Yes, Million Meng Mountains. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Imperial Thunder Sect abandoned me, so I naturally can't go back to ask for help. Now, I can only go to Million Meng Mountains. Didn't that Shaman King want to see me? Maybe it's because of this. This Shaman King's divine connection technique is really amazing. Of course, the premise is that I can escape from the pursuit of these two old nascent soul cultivators. However, as Xiao Hua flew, the consumption of his spiritual power became greater and greater. Even if he took medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, he couldn't make ends meet. Looking at the situation where Zhenren Du Yi and the kind child chased after him, Xiao Hua was anxious. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape from Meng Kingdom, and it was even more impossible for him to go to Mount Million Meng. At this moment, an early nascent soul cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect flew over to where Xiao Hua was controlling the Phoenix illusion. He looked at the abnormality within a few kilometers and scanned the mess with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but frown. This man was none other than Reverend Lei Meng, who had followed Reverend Du Yi and Shan Shengzi here. Strange. Aren't these two looking for Xiao Hua? Why, did I encounter another enemy here? Lei Meng Zhenren thought to himself curiously, could it be that they are looking for someone else, and I guessed wrongly? In particular, what does Xiao Hua have that they covet? This doesn't make sense. Furthermore, the expulsion order from the Imperial Thunder Sect hasn't been issued yet. They are searching for my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples so brazenly. Lei Meng Daoist really couldn't understand. However, when I came out from the Imperial Thunder Sect, I could still find traces of Xiao Hua, but when I was about to reach Haoming City, I couldn't find any traces of Xiao Hua, and I actually found out that other than me, there were two other mid-nascent soul cultivators looking for Xiao Hua's whereabout. If these two people were looking for Xiao Hua, it didn't start when Xiao Hua left the Imperial Thunder Sect, but earlier. Thinking of this, Lei Meng Daoist suddenly understood. Yes. These two people must have noticed Xiao Hua long ago. They even knew that Xiao Hua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. That's why they dared to look for Xiao Hua so directly. As for the reason, it must be related to Xiao Hua's secret. Xiao Hua was an Qi refinement disciple, and now he has miraculously reached nascent soul. Furthermore, he has a disguise technique that is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent. This secret technique can even make dozens of illusory sword cultivators unable to distinguish him. Perhaps, everything here is the result of Xiao Hua fighting against two mid-nascent soul cultivators? Thinking that Xiao Hua was actually able to fight against two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Lei Meng Daoist's heart trembled with fear. What kind of cultivation is this? Looking at the traces in the surroundings again, Lei Meng Daoist cast several spells in succession, then closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Xiao Hua's escape, and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua still can't stop two nascent soul cultivators, he should have escaped. However, Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi are both mid-nascent soul cultivators. I am also not their match. However, if I go and send a message now and don't give chase, with Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, I won't be able to catch up. Forget it. After a moment, Lei Meng Daoist made a decision. Similarly, thunder roared around him as he chased in the direction of Xiao Hua. I am also responsible for expelling Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if I have to risk my life, I will give him a hand. Unfortunately, although Lei Meng Daoist wanted to help, his cultivation was still inferior to the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Xiao Hua had already changed his direction. When Lei Meng Daoist couldn't find the traces of the three people, who knew where Xiao Hua had flown to when he used the secret technique again? Lei Meng Daoist, the palace lord of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace, was also a famous nascent soul cultivator in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, it was actually difficult for him to intervene in the grudge between Xiao Hua, Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi. Facing the pursuit of two mid-nascent soul cultivators, Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the same strategy as before to escape from Daoist Jing Yu. He could only use his best lightning escape technique. Although the lightning attracted the attention of many cultivators, once they realized that there were two nascent soul cultivators chasing after Xiao Hua, they immediately retracted their divine sense, retracted their gazes, and hid their heads in their bosoms. Who would dare to pay attention to him? Poor Xiao Hua, for the past few days, he had thought of every method to expel the secret technique that Shan Shengzi used on him, and he was even more unable to shake off Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi. At this moment, just like the beginning, he was chased to within 10 li by the two. If the two hadn't also been injured by the Phoenix illusion, if the two hadn't flown for several days and consumed a large amount of magic power, wouldn't they have already used their divine abilities to capture Xiao Hua? Hee. Xiao Hua, where do you think you're going? At this moment, the setting sun was like blood, and Daoist Du Yi's words were even more bloodthirsty. Xiao Hua opened his eyes wide and saw that below him was a verdant bamboo forest that was several mu in size. Countless bamboos swayed slowly with the evening wind, producing rustling sounds. At a glance, this bamboo forest was emerald green, very pleasing to the eye. However, at this moment, in Xiao Hua's eyes, the emerald green was so mournful, and a kind of heavy sorrow was born from his heart. Forget it. Xiao Hua's figure stopped, knowing that today's matter would not end well. With a wave of his hand, he took out the wishful staff, then covered his Daoist robe, and secretly took out the sword gourd of the execution spirit primordial light. This Xiao will fight here. If I can't win, this place will be this Xiao's burial ground. Xiao Hua faced the setting sun, looked in the direction of the Shi country in the west, and sighed. Hongxia, shue. I'm afraid we won't be able to meet in this life. In the next life, this husband will take good care of you. Then Xiao Hua slowly activated his magic power, the side of his face was blood red, and the sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples also emitted a faint sword brilliance. Xiao Hua would rather die than live in integrity. He was absolutely unwilling to fall into their hands again. He was unwilling to be sealed again, and his memories destroyed. What? Not running anymore? Seeing this, Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi also slowed down their flying speed, gradually approaching Xiao Hua from two directions to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping. Shan Shengzi asked coldly. No need. Xiao Hua sneered. In just a few days, the news of two nascent soul stage masters chasing after the terrifying phoenix will spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. This Xiao wants to know, how are you going to explain to the thousands of Dao sect cultivators? How are you going to explain to my Imperial Thunder Sect? Hee, you have already been expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. How can the Imperial Thunder Sect stand up for you? Shan Shengzi sneered. Even if there are thousands of cultivators, do I need to explain to them? Daoist Du Yi also mocked. So, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looking at the two people who had already fallen into the bamboo forest, and said calmly, you have already been paying attention to this Xiao. You have already started to track this Xiao. Then, the two layers of seals in this Xiao's body, is it also because of you? Hee. Daoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi were startled, but they looked at each other and sneered at the same time. Maybe it's not you. Xiao Hua said faintly, you don't have such profound cultivation. I'm afraid it's because of your spirit-severing masters. What's the use of saying so much? Shan Shengzi had already scanned the area with his divine sense, and sneered, "There are no cultivators nearby. Even if you break the sky, what can you do? Who can know? Who said there is no one here?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside Shan Shengzi. "Shue shue?" When the voice entered his ears, Xiao Hua felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he looked at the place to his left in disbelief, which was the edge of the bamboo forest. The green bamboo forest flickered, and a very faint figure appeared. Wasn't it Shue Shue, who was already in the late stage of foundation establishment? Why are you here?" Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, and urged his magic power to fly closer to Shue Shue. "Husband, you can fly to the depths of Kuhei Sea, you are not their opponent, but if you go all the way to the east, there will be a way out." Shue Shue's face was snow-white, and her eyes stared at Xiao Hua, and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. He, a foundation establishment girl. Daoist Master Du Yi was shocked, but when he saw that Shue Shue was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, he laughed again. "If this old man is included." Behind Shan Shengzi, another voice that Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with strangely sounded. "Ah!" Xiao Hua was completely dumbfounded. "Master." Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Shue Shue, helplessness, whose hair was now pitch black, and whose face was wrinkled, revealed himself. He was already a complete gold core cultivator. His pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helplessness didn't even look at Xiao Hua, and said faintly, "Although this old man didn't teach you anything, this old man regards you as his disciple. You will always be this old man's disciple. Are you all sick?" Shan Shengzi faced helplessness, but he didn't seem to have any pressure. He clapped his hands, and the pressure above his head surged, and in an instant, helplessness was unable to move. "Husband, farewell." Shue Shue took one last look at Xiao Hua, and her eyes were completely red. Then, a layer of blood mist appeared in her entire body. This blood mist turned into a strange figure in mid-air. It was somewhat similar to the thunder beast, but it was also different. It was the strange creature that rushed into Shue Shue's forehead in the Thunder Palace in the Misty Mountain that day. However, at that time, the strange creature was jade black, but at this time, it was blood red. With a loud boom, this blood mist suddenly exploded, and covered Daoist Du Yi. Wife. Shue Shue's self-explosion was too sudden, and it seemed that she had prepared for a long time. Xiao Hua was completely caught off guard. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out in sorrow. Daoist Du Yi frowned slightly, and his face actually showed impatience. He sneered and said, "Even if a foundation establishment girl self-explodes, what can you do?" Immediately, Daoist Du Yi flicked his Taoist robe, and used the hand of nascent soul to cover the rolling blood mist. Poor Shue Shue, who had been in seclusion for decades, had cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, even if she wanted to die for Xiao Hua in exchange for Xiao Hua's life, it was impossible. Wife. Xiao Hua's heart was suddenly filled with tears. Almost without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the willow branch was taken out from the water bottle in the Buddha's sarira. He waved it towards the sky, and an inexplicable flow gushed out from Xiao Hua's body, just like when he summoned Cai Zhuoxia's soul in the Cai family of Luyang. A 10-colored glow that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, spiritual sense, and other mortal magical powers rushed out of the willow branch again, and fell into the blood mist. However, at that time, Cai Zhuoxia's body was still broken, and now Shue Shue came, and there was no trace of blood left. Can Shue Shue still be saved? At this time, Xiao Hua's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He finally understood the pain in the heart of Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, and finally understood the most tragic parting in the world. Boom Tilda at this time, next to the good child, helplessness also self-exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist in the same shape, and covered the good child. However, just like Shue Shue, although helplessness was a golden core cultivator, he had just stepped into the golden core stage, and the madness of his self-explosion was much stronger than Shue Shue's. However, the good child had long been prepared, and before helplessness self-exploded, he had already used a secret technique. Helplessness's body was flashing with green brilliance. The blood mist was rolling, and the golden core had turned into endless spiritual energy, but under the green light, it only showed a slight collapse. Even if the green light disappeared, the power of helplessness's self-explosion was much weaker, so how could it pose a threat to the good child? Master. Xiao Hua's heart twitched again. He didn't dare to imagine that helplessness, who was so disappointed in him, would sacrifice himself to save him. He also didn't hesitate to throw the willow branch again, and another ray of light rushed out and fell into another blood mist. Xiao Hua's face inexplicably turned pale. -11. Chapter 3095. The moment the willow light rushed into the blood mist, the green light of Shan Shengzi's secret technique finally collapsed. A few wisps of blood rushed out like arrows, instantly disappearing in mid-air. The place where they appeared again was the blood mist imprisoned by immortal Du Yi Wu ~. A huge gust of wind blew, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Boom ~, a rather incomprehensible syllable was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and filled with the vicissitudes of life. This syllable, this thunder, this wind, Xiao Hua was very familiar with it. It was what he heard in the misty mountain. And this sound was completely produced from the blood wisps connecting helplessness and the blood mist transformed by Shui. It was really strange. Not good ~, whether it was immortal Du Yi or Shan Shengzi, they immediately felt that something was wrong. An indescribable palpitation arose from their heart. But before they could do anything, there was a loud sound of boom ~. Two clouds of blood mist rushed through the imprisonment of the two cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and quickly dispersed within a few meters. Immortal Du Yi didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated the golden light protecting his body. Unfortunately, this blood mist was so strange that the golden light protecting immortal Du Yi's body was immediately contaminated when it touched the blood mist. It quickly penetrated into immortal Du Yi's body. Immortal Du Yi was shocked. While the spiritual power in his body was quickly activated, his thoughts turned quickly. He also hurriedly waved his hand gestures and displayed all the secret techniques he knew. Blood curse? Damn it! Shan Shengzi was also flashing with golden light. Unfortunately, his situation was the same as immortal Du Yi. The blood mist was like the hatred of Shui and helplessness. The golden light couldn't stop it at all and quickly penetrated it. Shan Shengzi was in a hurry. He hurriedly scanned with his spiritual thought. He immediately knew what this blood mist was, and he shouted angrily, "Blood curse!" Immortal Du Yi also understood when he heard it. He immediately stopped the secret technique, clapped his hand, and took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. He didn't open it at all. He squeezed his hand, and a green elixir fell into his mouth. From the strange appearance of Shui and helplessness here to the two of them decided to self-destruct, Xiao Hua only had the time to wave the willow branch. At that moment, Xiao Hua's eyes turned red when he saw Shan Shengzi and perfected Du Yi appear in the blood mist again. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and the spirit-killing vital light came out of the space. He didn't even have time to send the willow in his hand into the space. He immediately activated the yin-yang sword gourd, and the green-red spirit-killing vital light rushed out and twisted towards the head of immortal Du Yi. At the same time, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a wisp of scarlet spirit fire rushed out. It didn't turn into a net of fire, but rather a spirit snake that flew towards Shan Zizhen's face. This was Xiao Hua's most powerful technique. Xiao Hua's magic power had already been consumed by a lot because of the blood curse. Taking a few Wu Cheng pills didn't have much of an effect. Although Xiao Hua had many methods, they all consumed a large amount of magic power, so Xiao Hua didn't dare to use them. The experience he gained from fighting with Daoist Jing Sai made him realize that he absolutely couldn't allow these two middle nascent soul stage cultivators to get too close to him. He was merely an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and the difference between him and these two wasn't just a little bit. The spirit pills and spirit herbs he took now were only enough to maintain the lightning escape technique and keep up with the two nascent soul stage cultivators. These weren't even enough to rely on, so he was still caught up by the two nascent soul stage cultivators. As for the metal essence rich marrow and water essence ice essence in the space, they admittedly contained pure heaven and earth spiritual energy. However, Xiao Hua wasn't proficient in metal and water attribute cultivation methods. At this critical moment, how could he dare to casually try? If he wasn't careful, not to mention being captured by the two nascent soul stage cultivators, even his own meridians might not be able to withstand it. But at this time, for the sake of helplessness and for Xue, he was already desperate. After he used these two techniques, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unfortunately, before the spirit-killing vital light and spirit fire could get close to them, a multicolored light flashed above the heads of Daoist Du-yi and Shan Zizhen. Two nascent souls appeared above their heads, each holding a ring in their hands. However, at this time, the skin of the two nascent souls was also surrounded by a faint blood mist, which couldn't be easily dispelled. Shua. The two nascent souls activated the rings in their hands, and the black and white brilliance once again covered the two at the same time. However, the defensive effects of the two brilliances were different. Catcher. The spirit-killing vital light fell on the black brilliance, and pieces of brilliance were cut off. However, this brilliance seemed to be endless, and the spirit-killing vital light couldn't fall on the black brilliance. On the other hand, the red spirit fire easily penetrated the white brilliance, and calmly rushed to Shang Huazong's body. Fellow Daoist, help me. Seeing that the spirit fire was so powerful, Shan Zizhen turned pale with fright. With a scream, the nascent soul threw the ring in his hand, and a strong wave came from the ring. The white brilliance that covered Shan Zizhen suddenly expanded like a cocoon, and the white brilliance spread in all directions like thousands of tentacles. Hearing Shan Zizhen's cry for help, Daoist Du-yi's nascent soul also threw the ring in his hand, and the black light around Daoist Du-yi spread in all directions like Shan Zizhen's white light. In just a breath's time, the black and white brilliance seemed to attract each other and rushed together, and layers of indescribable shackles surged from the two's body. Shan Zizhen let out a long breath. Just now, he almost felt the tentacles of death touching his throat. At that critical moment, Shan Zizhen and Daoist Du-yi joined forces to create a shackle that blocked the attack of the spirit fire. Although this shackle couldn't completely block the spirit fire, and the spirit fire tenaciously burned the shackles layer by layer, under the urging of the two nascent souls, the shackles became more and more. It seemed that the spirit fire couldn't break through in a short time. Damn it! Kill! The virtuous child who was almost injured by Xiao Hua's spiritual fire, now that he had a chance, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. The nascent soul's hands rubbed together, and one spell after another was cast out. Strands of brilliance fell into the air, and the void within several zhong of Xiao Hua's body actually produced a rumbling sound of vibration. In contrast, Daoist Du-yi's face was also ferocious. The nascent soul above his head waved his hand, and a 3-inch long thin needle was born. The thin needle emitted an extremely brilliant brilliance, and a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi flocked together with the nascent soul's spells. In the heaven and earth spirit chi, the thin needle not only didn't expand, but it became smaller and smaller, and the brilliant brilliance became weaker and weaker. Xiao Hua sneered. When he saw that the spirit-killing vital light and the spirit fire were ineffective, he immediately put away the spirit-killing vital light and the sword gourd. After the two released their nascent souls, he let Little Black and Little Yellow attack and catch them off guard. Unfortunately, Daoist Du-yi and Shan Zizhen's nascent souls were entangled in a bloody mist, so they didn't dare to stay for long, and Xiao Hua's plan fell through. However, seeing that the two were about to move again, Xiao Hua snorted coldly. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a group of green seal characters rushed out. Cryptic syllables that directly touched the heaven and earth spirit chi were released. Rumble. In the midst of lightning and thunder, countless heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air, and bombarded the two nascent souls that were forming spells. Rise tilde who would have thought that the two nascent souls who were originally afraid of heavenly thunder didn't bat an eyelid. At the same time their hands formed spells, Shan Zizhen threw his hand, and a pitch-black pearl rushed into the air. ZZ that pearl emitted a strong black silk, like a spider web extending into the sky. When the countless heavenly thunder touched the black silk, it was immediately drawn into the pearl, and couldn't hit the nascent souls at all. Damn it! Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth. He almost wanted to take out that small bucket and throw it at the two nascent souls. Facing two incomparably powerful and well-prepared opponents, Xiao Hua was truly at a loss of what to do. Even if he wanted to take revenge for Xue and his helplessness, he couldn't. Ka. A dry sound came from all around Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua immediately felt that his body was as heavy as 10,000 catties. Not good. Xiao Hua immediately understood that this was Shan Zizhen's nascent soul ability. In order to take revenge for Xue, he had already fallen into the trap of the two nascent souls. In the midst of danger, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the willow branch in his hand that still hadn't been put into the space. His heart gave birth to a kind of extreme helplessness, and at the same time, a kind of sadness. Since wife and master were able to ambush here without being discovered by me and the two nascent souls, they must have a premonition about this matter. Wife already said that I'm not their match, then. I definitely can't kill them, I'll even be captured by them. But if I can't kill them, I really won't be able to vent my hatred. I'm unwilling. However, if I fight to the death with them here, I'll be letting wife and master down in vain, and I'll be letting down their death. Forget it, since wife's words are reasonable. Moreover, I have this strange willow branch in my hand. If Cai Zhuoxia's soul can be preserved, wife and master will definitely have a chance to survive. Why should I be entangled with them here? For the resurrection of wife and master, for the sake of taking revenge for them in the future, I can only escape to the east, to the depths of the Kuehe Sea. However, in the face of two nascent soul middle and late-stage cultivators, how could Xiao Hua come and go as he pleased? He only had a plan. The surrounding space had been imprisoned by Shan Zizhen, and the thin needle in Daoist Dui's hand had disappeared. A kind of sharp needle pierced through the void toward Xiao Hua's chest at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! At this critical moment, Daoist Dui and Shan Zizhen both exclaimed at the same time. The blood mist lingering around the two nascent souls suddenly flourished, and the two nascent souls' magical power suddenly went out of control. Kachacha seeing such a rare flaw, it was also exchanged with Xue's and Wu Yi's lives. How could Xiao Hua dare to neglect? Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts fell, breaking the imprisonment around his body. At the same time, with the help of the lightning, he sent the willow branch in his hand into the space, and rushed toward the direction of the Kuehe Sea at an extremely fast speed. Chimpate. Where are you going? Daoist Dui and Shan Zizhen's nascent souls flashed with brilliance, and instantly suppressed the blood mist. Seeing Xiao Hua escape again, they couldn't help but shout angrily. -11. Chapter 3096. As the two shouted angrily at the same time, the thin needle that had just disappeared suddenly appeared on Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua tried his best to fly a distance of more than 10 feet, but in the eyes of the two people, it was just a short distance. In particular, that kind child raised his hand again, and a big hand of several feet in size appeared out of thin air, covering Xiao Hua's body. The space around Xiao Hua immediately became as solid as a rock again. Xiao Hua is in danger. At this critical moment, an indescribable and obscure wave came from the back of Xiao Hua's head. This wave was like a breeze, like a bright moon, like a mountain, and like a river. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared in this wave. The thin needle pierced the air, the big hand missed, everything was void. Under that wave, Daoist Dui and the nascent soul of kind child were extremely excited. The Dao realm that hadn't improved for a long time shook violently, as if it was going to collapse and reform. The two people's faces were pale, and they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Master, Dao of Heaven. Daoist Dui seemed to suddenly think of something, and a trace of red appeared on his pale face. This old man understand. Daoist Dui thought of it, how could the kind child not think of it? His eyes were wide open, and his face also showed excitement. Although this old man doesn't know the reason, it's obvious that capturing Xiao Hua is not only beneficial to the nascent soul masters, but also to us nascent soul masters. Quick, let's chase after him. Today, we have already made a death feud with him, We must not let him escape. Deoist Du-e hurriedly released his spiritual sense, but unfortunately, there was no trace within 100 miles. Gui-hi. The kind child's tone revealed absolute joy, far from the calmness that a nascent soul cultivator should have. That girl said that there is a way out in Gui-hi. She not only pointed out a way for Xiao Hua to live, but also pointed out a way for Xiao Hua to die. This old man wants to see how Xiao Hua escapes to Gui-hi. Even if he reaches Gui-hi, who would dare to help Xiao Hua? That's right, let's go. Deoist Du-e also couldn't wait, and his figure turned into a rainbow, about to chase to Gui-hi. But just as the magic power in his body surged, Deoist Du-e shouted again, "Damn it! This girl's blood curse is really powerful." Chmph, so what? Even if we can't match Xiao Hua's flying speed, we have nascent souls in our bodies to support us. How could we not catch up to a cultivator who doesn't have a nascent soul in his body and only has nascent soul cultivation base? Shan Shengzi wasn't nervous at all. The two chased after Gui-hi like shooting stars. Similarly, just like several decades ago, when Xiao Hua waved the willow branch, it was still in the extreme west of the Dawn Rain continent. There was a boiling spring water, and a figure that looked like a human but not a human was immersed in a seven-colored halo of light. The situation had not changed in the slightest. With the appearance of the life force, the light shadow flew out of the spring and stopped a few 100 feet above the pool. The colorful halo rotated violently, and an emotionless cold voice sounded again, "It really is parameter." That's right. Such an aura of rebirth could not be concealed in the mortal realm no matter what. I have not waited quietly for so many days in vain. Before the voice fell, a pair of wings that were several 100 feet long suddenly appeared in the colorful halo. The wings had many layers, but they were very transparent. At this moment, they were a bit clearer than before, but it was still impossible to tell how many layers there were. Moreover, the face of the light shadow was also blurry. It didn't have a mouth, nose, ears, or eyes, as if it was transparent glass. However, the face flickered with a holy brilliance, which covered the face. In this world, regardless of whether it was an immortal or a mortal, how could they not have a face? The wings flapped slightly, and the light shadow quickly flew forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Hua waved the willow branch for the second time, the light shadow in the extreme west had already flown thousands of miles away. Hey! Who is it? He actually dares to use parameter twice in a row. Could it be? At this point, the light shadow stopped, and looked hesitantly to the east, not daring to move forward. It seemed that being able to use parameter once was already amazing, but using it twice made the light shadow afraid. After pausing for a moment, the light shadow suddenly moved. It flapped its wings and rushed to the east. Obviously, the light shadow had made a decision. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped again. A layer of ripples appeared on the holy face, like a mortal frowning. How is this possible? This is too unimaginable. The aura of parameter disappeared again. Who exactly is it? However, the light shadow did not give up like before. It flapped its wings again and flew to the east faster than a meteor. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the light shadow stopped in the air again. Looking at the clear sky in the distance, it whispered, "This place. Why is there a natural restriction? That's not right, although this restriction is natural, but..." At this point, the light shadow's body moved slightly. Its head turned, and its wings gradually retracted into its body. Then, the light shadow flashed with a holy white light, and a beautiful woman with a serene expression appeared from the white light. On this woman's round, moon-like face, a pair of pitch-black eyes flashed with coldness. Her cherry lips seemed to be a little captivating. Her straight nose, coupled with her crescent-shaped black eyebrows, gave off an indescribable sense of tranquility. On her originally icy face, on the left side of her eyebrows, there was a red mole the size of a grain of rice. This was where the flaw was, but it gave the woman a kind of charm. That charm was faint, and not only did it make people not dare to blaspheme her, but it also made people who saw the woman's cold eyes feel a trace of warmth. The woman's appearance was very beautiful, and her clothes were even more strange. She wore a white gown that flashed with luster, and her long, beautiful hair was like a waterfall that draped over her back. The curls of her hair were the ripples of the water. The woman revealed herself and slightly turned around. A few hundred miles to her left, a man in brocade clothes flew over like the wind. The man's divine sense swept over the woman, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He immediately flew to the woman's side. When he got closer, the man's handsome face was revealed. From afar, he bowed with a smile and said, "This little one is Du Peng. Greetings, fellow Daoist. May I know which sect this fellow Daoist is from? Or perhaps you're cultivating in seclusion on some celestial mountain? This little one has never seen you before. Your path is not my path. People with different paths cannot work together. There is no need to call me fellow Daoist." The woman's voice was extremely cold. "Oh." Du Peng raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry. He smiled and said, "Then how should I address you? What are you doing here?" "My name is Zhong Jie." The woman coldly replied, "I'm waiting for you here. I want to ask you, where is the natural restriction? How do I pass through it?" "Zhong Jie." Du Peng heard this and pondered for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "I'll let Miss Zhong know that the restriction is at the Wuming Mountains. This restriction is not easy to pass through." "Wuming Mountains?" The woman's expression did not change. Without waiting for Du Peng to finish, she asked again, "What about the other side of the mountains?" "Other than Wuming Mountains?" "That's the lost land of the Immortal Alliance." Du Peng rolled his eyes and answered. However, when he saw the woman's cold expression, he continued to show off. "I heard that that place was occupied by the Buddhist sect since ancient times. However, after the Buddhist sect was destroyed, it was abandoned by the Immortal Alliance of the Tao sect. By the way, although I'm not talented, I'm also a member of the Immortal Alliance. It's not convenient for me to reveal my background now. If Miss Zhong wants to pass through the Wuming Mountains, why don't you follow me? Perhaps I can help Miss Zhong find a shortcut." The woman's pitch-black eyes glanced at Du Peng. She coldly said, "How dare you?" As the woman's cold gaze swept past him, a faint white light shot out from her body. It was like a white dove rushing towards Du Peng. Du Peng's graceful expression suddenly changed. He activated his dharmic powers as if he wanted to dodge. However, before he could move, the white dove had already rushed into Du Peng's body. "Ha!" A dry and hoarse sound came from Du Peng's body. Moreover, wisps of black gas not only came out from Du Peng's 7 apertures, but also from his skin under his Taoist robe. It gradually covered Du Peng. A vague demonic figure was outlined in the black gas. "Chimpage." The woman coldly snorted. She seemed to be extremely annoyed. However, the expression on her face did not match her emotions. It was still cold and holy. She glanced towards the southwest. Then, the white light around her body rose again. She flew towards the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The woman named Zhong Jie left, but the black qi around Du Peng's body didn't stop surging. After half a cup of tea's time, the black qi around Du Peng's body gradually converged. Under the black gas, Du Peng's shocked and awed face was revealed. The jade-like appearance from before had already turned into a gust of wind. Who is this? Why does she have such a remarkable ability? This should not exist in the Immortal Alliance. Du Peng looked in the direction Zhong Jie disappeared and muttered in disbelief. According to her, she was waiting for me here? She was. She wanted to ask me about the passage through Wuming Mountain Range. And she could actually see through me. Isn't Wuming Mountain Range hundreds of thousands of miles wide? She could actually see through the innate restriction that thousands of cultivators could not do anything about. But, why have I never heard of such an extraordinary person? Du Peng thought of something again. He hurriedly released his spiritual sense and looked around inch by inch. There were still thousands of doubts in his heart. Why did she go to Wuming Mountain Range? If I ask her, she doesn't know anything about the Immortal Alliance. She doesn't even know about the Dawn Rain mainland or the abandoned land. But why did she go there? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Du Peng withdrew his divine sense and returned to his previous calmness. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the distant east where the sun had just risen. Suddenly, a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. -11. Chapter 3097. However, the shock on Du Peng's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. He even clapped his hands and said, "Ha ha ha, such a powerful being, wouldn't it be easy for her to pass through Wu Meng? Since she can pass through, why can't I? Why can't my immortal union pass through? Di Luo, oh Di Luo, I want to see what you have done. How dare you kill my doppelganger?" While speaking, Du Peng didn't go to the east. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew away like a gust of wind. He also disappeared in a moment. After Du Peng had left for half a cup of tea, 1,000 miles to the southwest, which was the direction that the woman had looked at before she flew away, suddenly appeared on a black stone. A thing that was flashing with the light of animal skin came out of the black stone. A strange voice came from this thing that seemed to be both a human and a beast. Is this the human world? Is this the Dawn Rain continent? How come one is the saintess of the holy light world and the other is a devil general of the devil world? They have nothing to do with the world of cultivation. When did the Dawn Rain continent become so chaotic? After a while, this thing also wriggled and rushed into the sky. This bullshit immortal union doesn't have any trace of her. Then, she might really be in that lost place. I have to go and see, don't let her escape. Otherwise, when my lord arrives, I will have to bear the consequences. While speaking, this thing also flew in the same direction as that so-called Zhongjie of the holy light world. The root of all this seemed to be Xiao Hua's willow branch. At this moment, Xiao Hua was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and anger. He carefully sent this willow branch, which carried the souls of the two people that he treasured the most, into the space. Originally, it was a normal action that he had done countless times, just taking something out of the space and sending it in. However, this time, it was completely different. The moment the willow twig entered the space, a black and white brilliance suddenly appeared from where the willow twig touched the space. Xiao Hua's mind still hadn't left the space. He only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a black and white brilliance appeared. Then, the black and white brilliance separated into two. The black brilliance rushed into the sky, and the white brilliance rushed into the ground. Following this brilliance, there was another extremely obscure faint wave. This faint ripple was almost imperceptible. As the black brilliance spread throughout the entire space suddenly turned pitch black. Rumble. The entire space began to tremble violently at an extremely fast speed. Everything within the space began to tremble along with this trembling. It was unknown how long it had been. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like tens of thousands of years. During this process, the entire space seemed to have disappeared. Xiao Hua's mind also seemed to have disappeared. He was in a state that could not be described with words. The entire space lit up again. Xiao Hua's mind could clearly see that the white light that had rushed into the ground earlier had returned to the space. In contrast, the black light had rushed into the ground. What's going on? Xiao Hua's mind was greatly alarmed. Because his mind had also been reflected by the black and white brilliance, and had also been swept by the nameless fluctuation. At this moment, his mind was also trembling along with the entire space. Although he didn't know what had happened, Xiao Hua's mind knew that the space was rapidly expanding. It was expanding outwards at an extremely fast speed, and the range was also extremely large. Moreover, at the top of the space, where the brilliance had originally come from, above the reverse light, the nameless thing that had originally surrounded the 10,000 Thunder Valley was now producing another brilliance. One after another, pairs of light spots appeared. After 6 pairs appeared, 3 independent light spots appeared in succession. These 15 light spots rapidly expanded as the space trembled. After a moment, the last 3 light spots that had appeared unexpectedly transformed into 3 blazing suns, and the 6 pairs of light spots that had appeared in front of them had transformed into 6 pairs of suns and moons. 9 suns. Immediately, the 9 suns violently trembled and rose into the sky from the reverse light. The 6 moons, however, flickered with a dark purple color and slowly descended. In addition to the reverse light, which was also like a blazing sun, there were actually 10 suns in Xiaohua's space. Looking up at the suns, the heavenly Tao's starry sky had already hidden under the sunlight, but those specks of starlight had already become solid. The heavenly Tao had already removed the mysterious veil and transformed into a starry sky. Under the blazing sun, the previous hand of karma had also disappeared. However, Xiaohua's mind could clearly sense that the hidden karma was still in this space, under the heavenly Tao. Looking down at the sky, countless mountains and rivers had already risen from the ground amidst the tremors. Countless rivers, swamps, and other landforms were also slowly forming in this vast sea and mulberry fields that could move mountains and overturn seas. A world that far surpassed the space that Xiaohua had previously possessed, was slowly forming. What exactly is going on? Xiaohua's mind also expanded along with the expansion of the space. However, the greater the control of his mind, the more doubts he had. At this moment, the entire space had already expanded to a distance of 10,000 li. The tremors of the creation of heaven and earth had slowly disappeared, and the movements of the creation of mountains and seas had also gradually disappeared. The entire space regained its deathly stillness. GG. In this space that had never had any movement before, a low sound appeared. Oh! Xiaohua's mind hurriedly retracted from the entire space. He saw that among the numerous spiritual herbs, a little horse-like thing was jumping around happily. Ganoderma? Isn't this the Ganoderma that I obtained outside the sword tomb? This thing seemed to have turned into a spiritual herb as soon as it entered the space. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. How did it turn into a Ganoderma now? Mother, father, 2 timid voices sounded again. Goldie and Goldie actually flew up and landed right in front of Xiaohua's mind. They seemed to have fear, but also seemed to have intimacy. How are the 2 of you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. His heart was still filled with deep sorrow. Boy is very good. He seemed to have just taken a bath and immediately became clear-headed. Goldie rushed to answer first. How can that be? Boy seems to have changed from inside to outside. Goldie did not show any weakness and hurriedly explained. Mother. Another timid voice sounded. Xiaohua was very unfamiliar with this voice. Go to the side. Goldie's voice immediately sounded. It was very domineering. Can't you see that mother is busy here? Yes. Xiaohua looked over. It was actually that little Silver who was very obediently following behind Goldie. Looking at the Ganoderma on the ground again, he saw that it was already lying in front of a spiritual herb that had grown for who knows how many years. That spiritual herb's stem and leaves flickered with a faint brilliance, and a white and fat little baby was slowly transforming. Father, how did you become like this? Just as Xiaohua's mind was looking over, Goldie took the opportunity to ask again. Me? What did I become? Xiaohua's mind usually did not have an image in the space, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Father, take a look for yourself. Goldie immediately answered. However, when Xiaohua looked towards the yin-yang pond, the water had already disappeared. Dai who was originally in the shape of a little duck, had now returned to the appearance of a little girl. She was sitting there cross-legged, as if she was meditating. You all can go now. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. With a thought, his mind instantly appeared 1,000 miles away, at the location of another pond. Sigh. When Xiaohua saw the appearance of his mind, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that there wasn't a human figure on the surface of the water, but a sparkling and translucent jade archive that looked like a lotus. On the jade archive, 12 faint streams of purple chi were faintly discernible as they flowed, and it also looked like a lotus in full bloom. Where is fellow Daoist? Xiaohua looked at it, but he didn't know why he had become like this. After thinking for a moment, he faintly reprimanded. Hehe, greetings fellow Daoist. Xiaohua's voice had just fallen when another Xiaohua appeared in front of him. This Xiao Hua was precisely the wisp of primordial spirit that Xiao Hua had sent into the space to comprehend secret techniques, refine pills, and refine tools. At this time, his primordial spirit was already the size of a person. Although his body was somewhat ethereal and not substantial, Xiao Hua could clearly see that the humanoid core within the ethereal body had already solidified. The small humanoid figure was like the nascent soul of a Dao sect cultivator, with clear facial features. Moreover, the humanoid figure was wearing a Daoist robe with green patterns, which was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's Daoist robe. Ari, are you Xiao Hua, or am I Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua sighed softly. Fellow Daoist, you're crazy. You're Xiao Hua, and I'm also Xiao Hua. That Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared in his hand as he answered with a smile. Do you know what's going on? Xiao Hua asked helplessly. You know everything I know, but I don't know what you know. That Xiao Hua faintly closed his hand, and the true samadhi fire disappeared. It's just that you didn't carefully think about it. Speak quickly. Xiao Hua coldly said, if the physical body outside is gone, you and I won't be able to live. Don't worry, Tilda. That Xiao Hua still smiled. Right now, you and I are safe. Those two people won't be able to find you no matter what. The longer you stay here, the more likely you'll be able to escape this calamity. I know. Xiao Hua naturally knew that if his mind stayed in the space, his other primordial spirits would temporarily control the physical body to fly away. No matter how long he stayed in the space, on the Dawn Rain continent, it might only be an instant. However, right now, his heart was filled with grief, so how could he be polite to this primordial spirit? The Tao of life and death. That Xiao Hua shook his head and showed off. Without life, there's no death. Without death, there's no life. Only when life and death coexist can one achieve the great Tao. Damn it! How could I have forgotten? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. No, before, no soul had entered the space. Even the matter with Cai Zhuoxia that day was just a matter of using the willow branch to condense Cai Zhuoxia's soul. Cai Zhuoxia's soul didn't enter the space. At this time, Shueishuehe had no choice but to give up his life for him. He wanted to use the willow branch to save the two of them, but the two of them didn't have a physical body. If the willow branch was useful, their souls would naturally stay in the willow branch, or be captured by the willow branch. When the willow branch entered the space, it was the fusion of yin and yang. The great yin and great yang harmonized, giving birth to yin and yang, evolving life and death. Only then could this space have life. It was also because of this that before, this space only had light and yang. There was no darkness and no yin. All spiritual plants could grow, but all spiritual creatures couldn't live. There was no life. Since there was the Tao of life and death, he was currently on the yang side, which was also the place where all living things grew. Then what about Shueishuehe? Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and the willow branch fell into his hand. Sure enough, the willow branch was still a willow branch, there was no change. They should be on the yin side. Xiao Hua woke up again. The so-called netherworld lotus and netherworld bamboo from before should have been on the yin side that never showed up. Fellow Daoist, you've worked hard. Start refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Xiao Hua turned his head and ordered. He no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua, but a black brilliance appeared and the jade-shaped Xiao Hua disappeared. Alas, my life is bitter. The green-robed Xiao Hua sighed. Looking at the direction Xiao Hua disappeared, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, You didn't even know that I haven't mastered the lightning-attracting technique? It's just that, how did you become so ugly? You look like a plate but also like a lotus. Compared to my jade wind god, you're really lacking. Although the green-robed Xiao Hua's words were filled with emotion, his face was still wooden. Even his eyes didn't move. Forget it, I'd better cultivate the lightning-attracting technique first. Immediately, the green-robed Xiao Hua's body flashed. A green light flew into the sky, right next to the strange magic tool. -11. Chapter 3098. Green-robed Xiao Hua's thoughts were naturally the same as Xiao Hua's thoughts. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua fell into a strange place, a black light flashed, and he became another Xiao Hua. The place where Jade Archive Xiao Hua was now was the same size as the yang side, and there were also 3 sun-like things hanging above his head. However, these things were emitting black light. What was strange was that Xiao Hua could see the black light, and this black light reflected the entire yin side. Hiss. This is the netherworld sea of blood. With the help of the black light, Jade Archive Xiao Hua saw the yin side, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, the yin side was completely different from the yang side. Most of the yang side was land, and although there was water, it wasn't much. Most of the space on the yin side was a sea of blood. Although there were waves in the sea of blood from time to time, the sea of blood was dead silent, and there weren't any underworld beast. There was no sign of life. Looking at the center of the sea of blood, there were several floating pieces of land, and the netherworld lotus was growing on the largest piece of land. Shwe shwe. A very familiar feeling came from the netherworld lotus, and Jade Archive Xiao Hua felt his heart ache. The sorrow that had been hidden by the huge changes in space could no longer be held back, and it suddenly burst out, drowning Xiao Hua in an instant. Jade Archive Xiao Hua could no longer observe the situation of the netherworld sea of blood, and with a thought, he landed on the netherworld lotus. At this time, the netherworld lotus was only the size of a thumb, and a layer of green light mixed with blood. There was also a trace of purple light that wrapped around the netherworld lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. The roots of the netherworld lotus were deeply embedded in the land, and it was precisely the netherworld sea under the land. Strands of blood and inexplicable things came out of the netherworld sea along the roots of the netherworld lotus, and were sent into the netherworld lotus's bud. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes were hot, and his nose was sour, but there were no tears. He already understood that Shwe Shwe's soul was sleeping in the netherworld lotus, and she was also the first soul of the yin side of the netherworld. It was her death that brought about the birth of the yin side of the netherworld. Perhaps when the nether lotus bloomed, Shwe Shwe would be reborn. At that time, Shwe Shwe might have been the ruler of the yin side of the netherworld. Shwe Shwe, since you treated me like this, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the delicate netherworld lotus. Since I can't accompany you every day in the mortal world, I must accompany you for 10,000 years in the yin side of the netherworld. For 10,000 years. With that thought in mind, Jade Archive Xiao Hua recklessly cast a secret technique, wanting to separate another strand of his primordial spirit. However, when he activated the secret technique, his entire mind flashed with a faint purple light. Not a single strand of his primordial spirit fell out. Why is this so? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was extremely surprised in his heart. He carefully thought about it and knew that this secret technique was not wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the primordial spirit could no longer be separated, then it would be the result of the spatial anomaly and the mental anomaly. Shwe shwe. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. He raised his eyes to look at the other continents and his figure flashed again. On another continent, there was a stone statue that looked completely different from Xiao Hua standing in the center. The body of the stone statue was wrapped in a pitch-black flag. The pitch-black flag was very strange. Not only was the pitch-black brilliance flowing out of it, but the pitch-black brilliance of the moon was also absorbed into it. Zhong Xiao Hua. Yes, my real name is Zhong Xiao Hua. The appearance of this stone statue is my original appearance. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's image slightly moved, and instantly turned into the appearance of the stone statue Zhong Xiao Hua. However, it only took a moment for it to turn back into Xiao Hua. The banner of Kaiyu. This thing should be damaged. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the flag again, and he immediately thought of something. I'm afraid that because the yin side of the netherworld was opened, the power of death repaired this thing in the devil world. However, this stone statue seems to have a spirit. It's actually connected to my mind. In the future, it will be able to give birth to another me, another real Zhong Xiao Hua. Come tilde Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the stone statue and the banner of Caillou flew to the nether lotus. The banner of Caillou wrapped around the stone statue and stood in front of the nether lotus like a guard. Shwe, my wife, my mind can't stay by your side. This stone statue is connected to my mind, and it's also my original appearance. It will replace me to guard you. When it can transform into a fetus, it will accompany you day and night, and nourish you every day. Then, Jade Archive Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, pointed his index finger at the stone statue, and said indifferently, since it's my substitute, it will be considered as cultivation. Devil flames will refine my devil body. I can't become a devil, so you can become a devil. Boom. Devil flames emerged from the banner of Caillou and surrounded the stone statue. The Devil Realm's flame refining technique circulated in the stone statue, and a ferocious expression appeared on the stone statue's face. Psi Tilda Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at Shwe again, and said with a wry smile, Shwe, you really hid it from me. You clearly knew that I was going to face this calamity, and that you were going to fall, but you didn't tell me. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua grabbed with his hand, but the place where his hand touched was empty. The pink jade slip he wanted was not in his hand. Oh, I understand now. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was enlightened again. Things from the yang side can only be born from the yang side, and can't appear from the yin side. Shwe, you can never appear in the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, if it was an ordinary soul, perhaps after being formed from the yin side of the netherworld, it would go through some kind of reincarnation to reach the yang side of the space again. Then, Jade Archive Xiao Hua could bring her to the Dawn Rain continent. But the appearance of Shwe's soul caused the formation of the yin side of the netherworld, and completed the entire world. She had already been closely integrated with the yin side of the netherworld, so how could she possibly leave this place? Yes, Shwe and Xiao Hua had pledged their undying love to each other, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. As long as the space world was not destroyed, Shwe would not disappear. Xiao Hua could naturally stay with Shwe forever. Not to mention 10,000 years, it was even possible for them to live as long as heaven and earth. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart was filled with complex feelings, and he sighed. Looking at the stone statue and the netherworld lotus that were destined to accompany each other for 10,000 years, he pointed at the netherworld lotus, wanting to put the ghost cultivation method into it, but then he stopped. The netherworld lotus was a natural spiritual object of the netherworld, and Shwe was the first wandering soul in this world. Wouldn't this understanding of the beginning of yin and yang be 10,000 times more profound than this ghost cultivation method? Jade Archive Xiao Hua had no reason to do such a stupid thing like buying the casket and returning the pearl. Then, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure disappeared again. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared again, it was on another piece of land not far away. The netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were inserted in the center, and the bamboo was like a lotus, entwined with green and blood-red light. At the same time, there was also a faint purple brilliance mixed in. At the same time, there were also traces of blood-red light coming from the netherworld sea into the netherworld bamboo. It was just that the purple brilliance was clearly much weaker than the netherworld lotus. Master! Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the netherworld bamboo, and the soul that was similarly sleeping helplessly, and said with regret, "This disciple is really unworthy. Not only did I not let you touch a trace of glory after becoming your disciple, but I also made you angry all day long. This disciple really did not want to make you angry, but this disciple really did not dare to say anything to you. Moreover, this disciple did not know how to say it. Although this disciple won face for you in the great battle of Tao and Sword, you were in seclusion. This disciple can imagine the scene when you came out of seclusion and heard that this disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thundersec. However, this disciple really did not expect that you would be found here by Shwe as soon as you came out of seclusion. Although this disciple did not know what Shwe said to you, and how you came here, but seeing your determination, and how you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for this disciple knows, even if this disciple is unworthy, this disciple is still your disciple. This disciple will remember your words in his heart. A master for a day is a father for life. You will always be this disciple's benefactor. As long as there is a disciple who is willing to show filial piety, you can enjoy it. Master, people often say that bamboo has 7 virtues. Bamboo's figure is straight, and it would rather break than bend. It is upright. Although bamboo has bamboo joints, it does not stop. It is moving forward. It is straight and hollow. Its chest is like a valley. It is empty. Bamboo has flowers but does not bloom. It is plain and simple. Bamboo is aloof and independent. It is indomitable. It is outstanding. Although bamboo is outstanding, it is not like pine. It is kind. Bamboo is passed down through the ages. It is willing to work hard without complaint. It is responsible. Although you may not have such qualities when you were alive, after you died, you became the second soul on the yin side of the netherworld and entered the netherworld bamboo. This disciple hopes that you will give birth to the 7 virtues, lead the souls, and achieve accomplishments that others cannot reach. This is also something that this disciple is willing to help Master achieve. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said in a low voice, and then said, as for Master's wife and Wuching, you can rest assured. Although you have already severed your mortal fate with them the moment you self-destructed, this disciple will still take good care of them, and take good care of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. After looking at the netherworld bamboo, Xiao Hua flew high into the sky. Within the 3 black suns, the power of death was constantly emitted, enveloping the entire yin side of the netherworld. Xiao Hua looked around and thought to himself, this yin side of the netherworld is the same as the yang side above. Although I already feel that I can control it, there are still many mysteries of heaven and earth that have yet to be unlocked. Perhaps only as my cultivation increases, can I slowly control the entire space, or even the world in the sky like the frost bamboo. With this thought, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's body flashed with a white brilliance. His figure disappeared from the yin side and appeared in the yang side. As soon as Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared, he immediately grabbed the pink jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to know why Xue Xue appeared here, how Wuching appeared here, and how they knew that he was in danger of being hunted down by a nascent soul cultivator. 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.